us fight. O'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you. Let's give all these folks a big round of applause for their assistance, helping us get off to a good start today, honoring our nation and our Creator. Thanks to each and every one of you. Well, we'll turn it over to the superintendents to move in their classes and begin our competitions today. Ian, you bet. You bet. You got our schedule.
I do.
I've got in the morning. I've got. Reminder to you, miniature Hereford exhibitors, that the rules do specify a go and blow show here. If you hadn't checked those, we want to pass that message on to you. If you didn't catch that in your San Antonio rules, it is a blow and go show for the miniature Herefords. Blow and go does apply to youth and adult as per rules in the miniature Hereford and in the San Antonio book. So please be open and youth. Be aware of that.
Shake some. Well, first and foremost, good morning. I'd like to thank you guys for having me out to work with your livestock and your young people today. And I can tell you, it's been a very big goal of mine to get down here to the great state of Texas because you guys, in terms of leadership in kids and using the youth livestock projects in the right manner to cultivate good human beings and productive citizens, I think you guys do an outstanding job in that regard. And I don't think there's a better way to kick off our show than with the young ladies out here with us. The one nice pair of heifers for me, a young lady that's going to lead off. I think in terms of a sleek look up front, very appropriate in terms of the angle of her shoulder, a good spine, good hipped one. Young lady's doing an awesome job getting that one presented. Young lady, the other young lady, definitely a heavy bone, stout hipped heifer that's incredibly powerful and dimensional. Really nice pair of them. My compliments to both those kids. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Sorry about that.
No, you're good. You're good.
Attention in the barn. Miniature Herefords, we need Class 5 in staging.
Well, thank you. What a wonderful way to start off the San Antonio Dairy Show here today. Just a beautiful class of heifers here in the June heifers in the Holstein breed. Just a great group of kids, six wonderful individuals. And for me today, a really handy individual to start the class with. Not the biggest heifer in the class, but a really balanced heifer. Heifer has a really beautiful balanced rib structure. She walks on a great set of feet and legs. And she uses that depth and openness to her midsection. She has a little more depth to that flank today. She's a little crisper and cleaner all the way across her top line. And maybe just handles her legs a little bit nicer than the big, powerful heifer following along in second. second over third. I think it's a really close placing here for me today. But today she just gives me a little more drop to that rear flank. She stands with a little more width to her chest floor, shows me a little more width to the muzzle than the ultra stylish heifer falling along in third. Third over fourth. It's that style and balance of the third heifer. She's straight in her lines. She's a little fuller in her crops. She's a little more of a pretty heifer out on the move. She has a little more style and balance than the white heifer following fourth. White heifer in fourth, though, another balanced heifer, a heifer a lot of width and strength and depth and openness to her rib, and she uses that depth and openness to go over a real stylish red heifer. But a beautiful class to start the day. Thank you.
Another really nice class over on the mini Hereford side, and the young man leads off with one, I think dimensionally speaking, just sets the stage. Study her in terms of her body type and her forerib shape, and I think she's awfully good in that regard. Definitely, Heifer's got the most substance and dimension in terms of her center skeleton, and yet I still think she's very attractive in terms of her neck and her head shape. If we get a little picky on her, that's where the young lady's heifer in second does hold the advantage. I think this heifer's more attractive in terms of the set to her hip and hind leg. She's deeper in terms of her heel, a little bit more comfortable whenever we set her out into motion. Young lady's doing an awesome job. It's just whenever push comes to shove, maybe not the same kind of substance and power as that one that goes out ahead of her. Definitely a heifer that comes out next. That's big in terms of her feet. I like the size and substance she has down at the ground, really level in terms of her spine, just at the same time in terms of a balance perspective. I got to pick that heifer up at the base of her chest, set her neck up a little bit higher on the top side of her shoulder, and see her exaggerated in terms of her flank line progression to maybe just help her balance a shot more. Young lady's going to round out the class with definitely a moderate, good-bodied one. Just got to see that one altered structurally and a little bit more athletic in the way that she works off both ends of her framework. Awesome group. My compliments to those kids and their families. If you would, let's give them a big round of applause.
This is final call for Class 5 miniature Herefords to staging. We need Classes 6 and 7 to move up and begin checking into the staging area.
Attention in the cattle barn, attention in the cattle barn. Dairy exhibitors, if you're in Class 3, you need to be in the staging area. Dairy exhibitors, if you're in Class 3, you need to be in a staging area. Class 4, this will be your first call. And dairy exhibitors, Class 3, come to the staging area. Class 4, dairy exhibitors, first call.
Oh, once again, miniature Hereford exhibitors, that go and blow language in your rules means no adhesives as well, so please adhere to the blow and go grooming rules. No grooming aid products, including adhesives. Thank you.
Well, 4 really nice heifers to start off the Jersey show over here. And for me today, another handy winner in this class, a calf that just has that completeness to her part. She's got a lot of width and strength. She's got a lot of openness and drop to that rib structure. She's a little nicer in the tail head setting today over the heifer fall along in second. She's a little bit cleaner all the way through, a little bit cleaner over the hooks and pins, a little cleaner down through the thighs, and the really nice, powerful heifer there in second. Second over third. The heifer in second just uses it her advantage. She's so much more width to her front end, width through her hooks and pins today over the really nice dairy heifer in third. And then third over fourth is that dairiness and the correctness in her tail head setting to go over another big, powerful heifer here in fourth. But 4 really nice individuals in the Jersey June calves.
Awesome class over here on the miniature Hereford side. And the one that leads off, man, I think that one puts a lot of good things together just in terms of basic utility and function. Awesome in terms of her rib cage and the spread that she has to her mid body. Incredibly stout and very durable in terms of her foundation. Very nice in terms of the lines right out of the backside of her shoulder all the way out through her hip. I think that heifer's the best in terms of the sweep back in through her flank. Incredibly functional in terms of the build up through her shoulder and knee. If you want to get picky on that one, that's where the heifer in second does hold a little bit of advantage. The heifer in second does tone back a little bit more in terms of the set out through her tail head. She's ultra refined in terms of her neckline and out through her skull. I think that she does that at a very high degree. Incredibly modern in terms of her look. Whenever push comes to shove, though, maybe that heifer isn't as comfortable in terms of her heel and her rear ankle. Maybe want to soften her ever so slightly in terms of her flank line to help her balance up ever so slightly from the side. The one that's going to come out in third, ultra long-bodied, heavy bone. Young man's doing an awesome job getting that one presented. I love her foot shape and her comfort level down low. Just at the same time, a little bit staler in terms of her look up front. Want to soften her in terms of her flank line. Maybe just pick her up in terms of her pin set ever so slightly. And the one that's going to come out next, ultra good in terms of the shape to her forerib, dead level in terms of her top line balance. Just at the end of the day, the frailer featured heifer's a little bit tighter in the way that she goes off both ends. I need to see her just a little bit better in terms of her natural set back into her abdomen to help her balance. Awesome group. My compliments to all them kids and their families. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Thank you, sir.
Bella, 10L, second in that class, also exhibiting line Ariella. I'm sorry, you're ready to win. Third place, Cutter Jed, and fourth in the class, Linda Stockton Shaw. Congratulations, exhibitors.
Well, thank you. Over here in the Brown Swiss ring, just two individuals in the class, but two really nice heifers. Really a great job by these two junior exhibitors showing them. But a really nice calf to start the class off with. A calf that has a lot of dairiness and quality all through. She's really straight in her lines. I'd give her an advantage over the second place heifer, just in the way her rump structure is today. She's just a little neater in that tail head setting. Shows me just a touch more width to the pins today over the really nice, powerful heifer in second. I do prefer the way the heifer in second walks, and she's just handling her rear legs today over the first place heifer. But two really nice individuals. Congratulations to both these young exhibitors on doing a great job.
Thank you. Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. Dairy exhibitors, we're in class 3 jerseys now. If you're in class 4, you need to be coming to the staging area. Dairy cow exhibitors, we will not show the cow classes any earlier than 9 o'clock. So it'll be later than 9 before we'll start our cow classes, regardless of when we finish our heifers. So class 10 and higher, not before 9 o'clock.
Attention, we need class 7 and 8 in staging here. We're about to place our class 5. So let's have class 6 set, ready to go, and 7 and 8 headed into staging. They have ample room to check in.
well, 4 really nice March yearlings here in the Holstein ring. 4 beautiful individuals from top to bottom. But for me, 2 really nice red heifers to start the class off with here. But this first place heifer really just kind of easily blows the class away for me when they're out on the move. She's just a little harder across her top line than the really beautiful red heifer there in second. She just carries her loin structure a little bit nicer, has a little more correct set to that hooks and pins today to go over the really nice balanced red heifer in second. But the heifer in second is a really well-made heifer, a heifer with a lot of power up front, a lot of depth and openness to her rib structure today. And when she stands in line, she holds her rump really nice. Like I told the young lady, just like to get her to carry her top line a little nicer when she's out on the move to compete with the heifer above her. But she easily goes over the heifer in third for me today, just on the dairiness, the style and balance the heifer possesses when she's out on the move. She just carries herself a little nicer. She's a little cleaner down through the bone, and then a really nice, powerful heifer there in third. And then third over fourth, the heifer in third just has a little nicer rump structure. Really little nicer rump structure today. She's just carrying her top line a little nicer when they're out on the move again over the really dairy heifer in fourth. But a really good job to all 4 exhibitors. Thanks for bringing them out.
Really nice class, and I think definitely the waters have deepened, not in terms of just the general population, but the quality. I think that there's heifers down the line that are definitely going to go on and do big things. In terms of, for me, though, the things that I believe in at home, in terms of some cattle that have some power or appropriate in terms of their rib cage, their fleshing ability, and then yet still trying to compile it with as much look as I can up front. That's the one the young lady has right here. Study her in terms of the genuine shape to her rib cage. She's awesome in terms of the sweep to her fore forerib, back in through her flank line, incredibly powerful, good in terms of her angle up front. If you want to get picky on that heifer, and I wouldn't argue with you if you tell me she needs to set down with just a little bit more comfort in terms of her rear ankle, I wouldn't argue with you a bit, but I'm not going to let the trees keep me from seeing the forest. Young man that's going to come in second, awesome body, powerful, dimensional heifer, does an awesome job getting her presented, really, really good in terms of her feet and legs and comfort level at the ground. Just for me, though, I got to see that heifer a little bit more elongated in terms of her neck and her head shape. I need to see her just a little smoother and more feminine in terms of that, but I tell you what, in terms of progressive utility, there's a lot of value in that one. The one that comes out in third, incredibly heavy bone, good skeleton. I think that her depth of body reads right. Just for me, whenever I step in behind her from the three-quarter view, I didn't read her near as just as opened up and as bold in terms of the texture to her body type. I'd like to see her just a little bit more aggressive in terms of the shape to her upper skeleton, but I think an awesome prospect right there. Young lady's doing a good job. Young man in the cowboy hat, if I had a showmanship pin, you would definitely get it, because whoever it is that's back there helping you, make sure you tell them thank you, because you definitely brought a heifer that's dialed in, and you do an outstanding job getting that one propped up. Just at the end of the day, I need to see more practicality in that heifer. I got to drop her in terms of her flank line, make her softer in terms of her center skeleton, but rocket neck, good showman, awesome haired. Young man does a very good job. One that comes out next, very good in terms of her top line balance. I like her rib cage. I like where she's at in terms of freshness and condition. Young man also does a real good job. Just whenever we set that heifer into motion, she's a little bit more vertical in the way that she's built off either ends, but I tell you what, in terms of that body type, that freshness, that kind of showmanship ability, that heifer's got a chance to go on and do big things. Ultra easy keeping comes out next. Massive in terms of her mid body, really, really good in terms of the set back in through her flank. Young lady, at the end of the day, I just got to see her a little classier in terms of her look up front, make her a little bit more electric in terms of her presence from the side. Young man's heifer that comes out next, I think that this one's better days are ahead of her, because she's probably a little bit bigger on the side in terms of her frame size in relation to her body, but definitely a good skeleton, long-necked one. Young man does a good job. Just need to see that one a little deeper in terms of her lower body line to help her balance in terms of her look from the side. Real stout, powerful one comes out next. Got it just a little bit jammed up off both ends, and the heifer that rounds out the class. Ultra long body, need to stouten her up in terms of her bone work, see her a little bit more attractive in terms of her look off either ends of her framework. Awesome group. My compliments to all those kids and their families. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Final call for miniature Hereford youth in Class 7 to be at staging. Class 8, you need to move up and check in. We also have a single entry in Class 9 and then a division, so you can go ahead and bring those up for staging, please.
Well, if you're watching over here in the dairy ring, I'd ask you to give these Jersey exhibitors a big round of applause. This is a wonderful class of heifers. And I think for me, like it's a great group of heifers from top to bottom, but there's two really special heifers up at top of this class. But when I analyze them, this heifer in first, she just has the least amount of faults in the class. She just stands with a little more width to that chest today. She's just a little bit harder across her top line today to go over that really long, ultra stylish heifer there in second. Second over third, two really similar made heifers. You just give the advantage of the heifer in third. She just shows you a little more width through the pins today. She has a little more condition on her today, and that gives her a little more strength and a little more power all the way through. She has a little more depth and openness to the rib. But that young lady with the heifer in third, that heifer's got a lot of style and balance. I told the young lady, to me, she's a heifer. If you could just put a couple pounds on her, and just I think she could really get up there and run with those other two someday. Then third over fourth, it's that length to her frame. She's a little higher at the front end today, just a little more levelness of the hooks of pins over another stylish heifer there in fourth. But the heifer in fourth is similar to the heifer in third. Heifer you just like to put a couple pounds on, and then maybe she could get up there and push those other heifers. But she has a little more style and balance, a much neater tailhead setting to go over a really nice balance heifer following in fifth. And fifth over sixth, two really similar made heifers, really correct heifers in their own making, heifers with a lot of openness or rib structure. The young people do a great job showing them. Just don't have quite the style and balance of the heifers above them. But the heifer in fifth or the heifer in sixth, she's just a little nicer in that tailhead, just adding a little nicer rump structure over the big powerful heifer. But beautiful class from top to bottom.
Another nice class, and young lady brings us a hammer to start out with. In just terms of problem-free kind is what I would classify her as. Awesome in terms of her body shape and power, and most importantly for me, I think that one's the most bulletproof in terms of her build down low whenever we set them into motion. Study her right there, the comfort level she has to her lower joints, and yet you study her shoulder and her knees, she's pushed back. I think the length of her rump is appropriate, and yet she still balances up plenty good for me. Very, very fresh in terms of her presentation. Young lady's going to come out in second. I tell you one that probably just the closest to mirroring our class winner in terms of having the right kind of maternal value to her mid-body, really extended up front, extra long-bodied heifer that's good out of her hip. At the same time, whenever we study her from the side, not as stout in terms of her bone work. I'd like to set her down in her tail head and exaggerate her in terms of her flank line to help her balance up. One's going to come out in three. Really stout, dense, husky kind of girl. Really, really big in terms of her mid-body and power out of her hip. Incredible in terms of her foot size. It just all works to her disadvantage. That heifer's a little open in terms of her shoulder, a little bit coarser in terms of her build down low, but love the power pieces and just dimension that one has. Heifer that comes out in four. Definitely another moderate, sensibly sized one that's big in terms of her feet and powerful from behind. Just at the same time, gets outclassed in terms of her look up front. I need to see her a little bit more extended in that regard. I need to level her up out of her tail head and change her in terms of her feet ever so slightly. Next heifer heifer that comes out big, extended, very, very feminine in terms of her look out front. Need to see her come with just a little bit more softness in terms of the setback into her flank and her mid-body. Young lady's going to round out the class. Beautifully presented, awesome showman. Definitely does a really good job in that regard. Just got to see that heifer have more punch whenever we get in behind them. Really nice group. My compliments to all those kids and their families. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Well, just one entry here in the any other breeds, but a really nice heifer in her own right. Young man does a tremendous job showing her a really nice brown Swiss calf here. A really nice balanced heifer, a lot of power, a lot of dariness all the way through. Walks on a tremendous set of feet and legs. Heifer will be really nice to see out there in junior champion against any other breeds. But thanks and congratulations to the exhibitor for doing a good job.
Attention, this is final call for Class 7 exhibitor, 24,670, Langston Martin. Final call. They're getting ready to move your class into the arena. Please advise if you've got a scratch, because we can't wait on you any longer.
staging area now. Michaela Stain and Bryson Benton, please bring your jerseys to the area now. Thank you.
Well, over in the Holstein ring, three really nice individuals here in the winter yearling class. Three heifers that are a little bit different in their makings, but that are all very correct heifers, really stylish heifers, really balanced heifers. But I think as I analyze them, I got to start with this big red heifer. She's a heifer that's just probably a little bit more of a big-time heifer. She's got a little more length to her frame, and she probably is the most correct heifer in the class as well. She shows me a little more levelness to the hooks and pins over the white heifer. She's a little bit harder all the way through the loin, and just tracks just a little bit nicer and neater on those rear legs today to go over this really nice balanced heifer here in second. Second over third, it's that width. When you get up front, she just shows me a little more power to the width to the chest floor all the way up through the muzzle than the really nice balanced heifer here in third. She has a little more width to her pins and a little more just openness and just size and structure all the way through. But that red heifer in thirds are another really nice balanced heifer, a heifer that just run into a couple heifers. They just have a little more power than her, but a really nice balanced heifer in third. Three really nice individuals. Congratulations to all the exhibitors.
Really nice class, and I think that these two up top are definitely special in their own right. And that being said, the one that leads off, I've just got to make the fewest amount of excuses to go ahead and start her, because we start comparing things and breaking them down. That heifer right there just brings more to the table. You study her in terms of her foot size, her body shape, her extension. I think that she's very, very good in those regards. And then you set the cattle loose, and she's just the wider skeleton, denser made heifer that's just got more body shape and natural dimension to her. Love her thickness and her cow character in terms of her look up front. Young man's doing a nice job. Young lady here in second, I tell you what, you do a heck of a job getting that heifer presented, because she is venomous in terms of her outline from the side. I love where her neck ties into her, how tidy she is in terms of her lower shoulder and down in through her chest. Very good in terms of her top line balance. Just for me, whenever I step off to the three-quarter view, I don't read that heifer just as far along in terms of her condition. I think that she's going to get better with time. Just right now today, we got to draw the line in the sand. I just need to see more of her in terms of rib cage and just spread the width and just a little bit more dimension and thickness to rival that heifer that goes out in front of her. The one that's going to come out in third, I think parked on the side, you can really like pieces in that one. She paints a beautiful image in terms of her balance and her eye appeal from the side. I love the swoop back in through her flank. I think she's level in terms of set out through her hooks and her pin bones. At the same time, we set that heifer into motion. She gets a little bit kind of maybe not as refined in terms of her jawline and her neck shape. Wants to creep up right there in the middle part of her back like. I just need to see that heifer more comfortable in the way that she goes off both ends of her build. The one that's going to come out next, definitely a little bit up there in terms of size. I think a heifer that's very good in terms of her top line balance. I like the shape to her feet. I like how durable she is in terms of her heel and her lower joints. At the same time, I read that heifer just a nickel more stale in terms of her look up through her front end. Need to soften her in terms of her flank line to help her balance how big she is off the ground. One's going to come out next, really good in terms of the shape to her forerib. I like the set to her hind leg whenever we set her there on the side. Just at the same time, we put that heifer into motion, a little rounder in the way that she's built off both ends. I need to pick her up in terms of her pin bones, maybe just help her come with just a shot more balance in terms of her top line symmetry. I think that'd help her hind leg whenever we set her into motion. One that comes out next, really good in terms of her center skeleton. I think that is a very cowy appearing in terms of her forerib back in through her flank line. I got to change her in terms of the shape of her feet. I need to see her a little bit more attractive in terms of her look out front. Really long body, powerful one comes out next. Just for me, got a little bit staler in terms of her presentation or look from the up front. Need to change her also in terms of the shape of her feet whenever we set her out into motion. It's going to round out the class. Definitely a heifer that's still very juvenile in terms of her rib and her body. I think she's going to get better with times. Just coming today to the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo, I got to see more dimension and punch in that one to get her in any higher. Really nice group, though. My compliments to all those kids. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Seventh in the class is Ranley Winkelke. Eighth place, Autumn Burton, the exhibitor. Congratulations to our class placings in class 7.
Well, over in the Jersey ring here, 4 really nice individuals, and these youngsters all did a great job exhibiting them. But for me today, a really handy winner in this class, a calf that just exudes style and balance. She's so straight in her line. She walks on a really nice set of feet and legs. She's so clean in her bone and so hard across her top. She uses that hardness to her top line today, the more correctness to her rump structure today to go over another stylish balanced heifer falling along in second. Like I said before, the heifer in first. She just carries her loring a little nicer. She's just shows me a little more levelness to the hooks and pins over the really pretty dark heifer there in second. Second over third, it's that dairiness, it's the style and balance, just clean her about the shoulder, clean her up over the hooks and pins and down through the thigh region today over a really powerful heifer there in third. Third over fourth, it's a little bit closer placing, but she's just so much harder in her strength, again, stronger in her loin structure, a little more neater in that tailhead setting than a really nice heifer in fourth, but 4 really nice individuals.
Thank you, Judge.
another really good class. And I'll tell you, these two right here come from opposite sides of the spectrum, and by no stretch of the imagination would I classify them as the same type and mold, but I think within this particular group that they're the two best ones, and where we got to set and draw our line in the sand and find what's acceptable and more our kind. And for me, I'm always one who is always gravitated to ones that hold my attention a little bit longer, and that's the young lady's heifer up front. I think in terms of the population that we've seen hit the ring today, that one's been the most electric in terms of her neck set and her top line balance. Awesome in terms of sweep down through her, how carved out she is in terms of her lower shoulder, the bend and give to her knee. I'll be the first one to tell you, though, whenever we step in behind the cattle, I need to see more of her just in terms of natural pin set and dimension, and that's where the young man's heifer in second does hold the advantage, because that thing is maxed out in terms of upper skeleton shape, power, and muscularity. I love those things about her in terms of the natural dimension that she's going to keep going on with. At the same time, we study her in terms of balance, and that heifer wants to open up the most at the top of her shoulder. I'd like to connect her in right there just a little bit better in terms of her top line balance, set her down in terms of her pelvis and pick her up in her pin bones to help her top line come together, maybe just soften her in terms of shape to her heart and her lower forerib. But man, there's a lot of big time pieces in that one in terms of substance, dimension, and power. The heifer that comes into third is just kind of a survivor in terms of being there with some skeletal quality, functional look, and feminine build from the side. Just whenever push comes to shove, that one didn't bring enough just punch to the party to run with those two up there, but a very nice heifer right there in third. The one that's going to come out in fourth, definitely boxy, stout, dimensional, really, really powerful in terms of the shape to her body and her body type. That being said, I thought that heifer got just a little bit more vertical in the way she was built up through her shoulder. You need to see her a little bit classier in terms of the shape of her neck and her head. The one that's going to round out the class is awesome in those regards. I think that one's neckline, skull shape, and the sweep that she has back in through her shoulder is very good. At the same time, we just need to see that one come with just a little bit more utility and cow function in terms of her center skeleton. Really nice group, though. My compliments to all those kids. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Attention in the barn. Need miniature Herefords in class 10. We have no entries in 12, so in staging at this time, we need class 10, class 13, and class 14, and only one entry in class 15, so you need to be moving that way. This will move quickly in our next 5 classes.
Well, over here in the dairy ring, in the any other breeds class here, I don't know if you're watching this, but I think it's a pretty special thing to see. This young lady with this milky shorthorn heifer here, like, is really struggling through. She said she just broke her foot last week, and it's terrible. But to watch her push through and want to come out and exhibit this heifer, I give her a lot of credit, and she did a wonderful job showing a really nice heifer. And for me today, it's pretty easily the winner in the class. Like, she's just a little squarer in the rump than the brown Swiss heifer in second. She's a little fuller in the crops today and just stands up on her front feet, a little bit nicer than the really nice brown Swiss heifer in second. But the brown Swiss heifer is a really good heifer in her own breed too. A heifer that I asked for her to come back out for junior champion. Really stylish heifer, a heifer that's really straight in her lines, walks on a tremendous set of feet and legs. And she just shows me a little more width, a little more size and structure to her to go over another milky shorthorn here. But the milky shorthorn in third, I told the young man it's close because she's a really balanced heifer. A heifer I'd just like to give a little more oomph to her to get up there and compete with those two heifers above her. But she just shows me so much more fullness to the crops. Again, over the brown Swiss heifer there in fourth. She's just a little bit tighter at the point of shoulder, blends a little smoother from the shoulder to her barrel, and a little bit harder across her top line, especially when they get in line over another nice dairy brown Swiss heifer in fourth. And then fourth over fifth, just a little bit cleaner all the way throughout. She has a little more drop and openness to that rear flank to go over a really powerful heifer, but really nice class from top to bottom.
Another really nice class. And the young man in the red back here that's going to have our class winner. I think just in terms of the blueprint that she brings to the table as you study how her skeleton functions, I'll tell you, be the first one to admit I'd like to clean her up to the base of her chest and her throat latch. But after that, just in terms of real world fundamentals of that kind of body shape backed with that much just density and stoutness and substance to still be so flexible and good in her framework and the way that she gets out and goes, young man definitely brought us a nice cow prospect right there. The one that's going to come out in second, I think just closely mirrors our class winner in terms of having some natural dimension and thickness in terms of the shape to her body type. She's really big and good in terms of the shape of her forerib. I think that heifer is very impressive in terms of still how youthful she is in terms of her condition and freshness. I love her in terms of her top line balance. Just whenever we set her out into motion, I didn't read that one's rear leg and pasture to be just as comfortable as our class winner, but a very, very nice one right there. Young man again comes out in third. Awesome job in terms of showmanship, young man. I tell you what, I've got some older kids back at the house that could definitely come out here and take lessons from you, because in terms of just getting those things put together and having the right kind of presence from the side, you definitely do it. And your heifer is really good in regards to her top line balance, the way that her neck hooks in. Love her in terms of the set out through her hip. Just at the end of the day, I need to see that one bolder and softer in terms of her forerib back in through her flank line. Just make her a little bit more maternal in terms of her mid body. A really, really nice group though. My compliments to all those kids. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. Good job, brother.
Thank you, sir.
Attention in the cattle barn, attention in the cattle barn. Dairy exhibitors. Class 5 Holstein is in the arena. Class 5 jerseys and ORB, you need to be in the staging area. Class 6, this will be your first call. Class 7, be thinking about it. Dairy exhibitors, cow classes will not show before 9 o'clock. Cow classes will not show before 9 o'clock.
Another really nice class, and the young lady that leads off, I think, just does so rather convincingly as we put things into perspective. The big-bodied, sound-structured heifer that's dimensional and still has enough balance and stretch from the side is consistently what we've called our class winner all day, and in this particular setting, she definitely checks the most boxes. Young lady's doing an awesome job getting that heifer put together. The one that's going to come in second, in terms of femininity and refinement, I like that heifer a good deal, but at the same time, it's kind of a double-edged sword. The heifer that's a little longer in terms of the shape of her muzzle just needs to be a little bit softer and better in terms of her flank line and her center skeleton, just to give us a little bit more utility and cow function. Really nice pair, though. My compliments to both those young ladies. Let's give them a big round of applause.
In previous classes, and they will be competing for our grand champion honors here in the Youth Heifer Show.
Well, over here in the Holstein show, just another exceptional class. Something these junior exhibitors should be really proud of. And two great heifers here at top of the class. But for me, as I analyze them, this red heifer quite handily walks away with this class. She's just a little bit harder in her top line region today. A little more, once again, a little more level. Shows me a little more levelness from hooks to pins. But a beautiful heifer there in second. A heifer in second, I just love the openness, the depth to her forerib, she's chiseled off just a little bit cleaner in that red heifer, and that's what makes it close. I think if she had a little more, just carried her pins a little different today, it'd be really tight, but two wonderful heifers top of the class and quite handily got there. Second over third, you give her advantage the way she moves out on those rear legs today, just a little more comfortable the way she sets them down, has a little maybe more correct set to the rear hock over the really nice, powerful, dairy, stretchy heifer there in third. But third over fourth, it's style and balance that gets his third heifer into that hole. She's just a little bit sharper when you get her out on the move, a little bit harder across her top line, a little more. It shows me a little neatness through that tail head region today, a little more flashiness through the rump to get over another really balanced heifer there in fourth. Fourth over fifth, it's that hardness across her top line, the width to her chest floor, the depth and openness of her rib structure to go over a really fancy heifer there in fifth. But a great job by all the exhibitors.
Thank you, good.
Well, three really nice heifers to start the class off here in the senior yearlings in the Jersey ring, but a really exceptional class from top to bottom. And once again, though, I think I got a really easy class winner to start the class. A heifer that just has so much style and balance. She's just a little more show ready today over the heifer I got following along in second. She's a little crisper, a little bit cleaner up through the shoulder, cleaner over the hooks and pins, and down through the thigh region. Then this really beautiful square. A heifer here in second. I told the young lady I'd like to just take a little bit of weight off her. I think she's a really, really good heifer. Just got to get a little bit cleaner today to get up there and compete with the heifer in first. But when I got them in line, I analyzed them. I just prefer the width through the rump and width through the chest floor and the way she holds herself together in line to go over another really stylish heifer in third. Heifer in third, though, is another heifer that just is a show ring kind of heifer. A heifer gets out there. She's got all kinds of style and balance. She's got a lot of length to her frame. She's a little cleaner over the chine region today, a little bit cleaner through the head and neck, a little bit nicer, shows me a little more breed character through the neck and head region today over a really powerful heifer there in fourth. And fourth over fifth, it's mainly the way she just stands a little more comfortably on those rear legs today. When she's out on the move, she just shows me a little bit less flex of the hock than a really wide heifer there in fifth, but a beautiful class from top to bottom.
Do you want us to?
Outstanding heifer show over on the miniature Hereford side, and I think all these things in terms of representing the right kind of quality and things that I believe in, they do it to a high degree. And that being said, I think that there's a pair of them that kind of surface up for me. I don't know if they're anything alike in terms of if you want to classify them and put them in the same mold. I think that they're probably at two different stages in terms of their life and their production value. I think one of them is going to be awesome as a brood cow in terms of just the basic things that she does as far as how her skeleton's put together, her natural just shape and dimension and just rib cage that she has, ultra easy fleshing, and yet still her lines and her presence come together. If you want to get a little picky on her, maybe needs to be a little bit cleaner and tidier in terms of her chest and up through her throat latch. And then there's another one that I think that in terms of her big ring presence and her freshness right now, and yet still having the right kind of just character to her body shape and her skeleton, I think she does an awesome job. Very, very good group though. And I tell you, you get up early on a Friday morning and you step into the ring. I don't think that there's anything that is more heartwarming to me than to see this size of kids and this big of a population getting involved in this, because I think that these are the size of kids that are going to go on that, hey, maybe in 10 years or so, they're going to be showing in a couple weeks in the market steer show and just getting their foundation and their roots planted right now in such a neat division that has an awesome niche that at the end of the day, these cattle are darn right good in terms of what they represent. I don't care if they're Brahmins, if they're big Herefords, if they're Angus, if they're Simmentals. I think that these females look like females in terms of their look up front, still have the maternal value that I'm after. An outstanding heifer show. My compliments to the fair committee for putting on such a good show. Let's give them all a big round of applause, and I'll get you a champion in reserve.
group of individuals here out for the champion drive.
Well, just two individuals over here and the other breeds. Had one really nice milky shorthorn and a really nice brown Swiss heifer. But I think when I analyze them, they got to get the nod to the milking shorthorn heifer. I think a heifer is a really nice heifer for her breed. Just a beautiful dairy heifer. A heifer is a real square rump, walks on a tremendous set of feet and legs. I give her the advantage over the brown Swiss, just a little neater in that tail head setting today. Shows me a little more cleanliness all the way through, cleanliness up through the head and neck to go over a really nice structurally made brown Swiss heifer. But two really nice individuals. Thanks to both the exhibitors for bringing them out.
Attention miniature Hereford exhibitors with the prospect steers. If you could begin bringing those steers that are in class 13, 14, and 15 to the staging area. We'll have a few moments to transition over to our miniature Hereford steer show. This will be first call for all prospect steers. Those, we have 2 head in class 13, 3 head in class 14, 1 head in class 15. Need to bring them all to the staging area. Yeah. Attention miniature Hereford exhibitors that were in the heifer drive. Make sure if you got the right language on your banners that were issued out. If you need a correction on that, come back to the arena and the awards people will make that change for you. So check your banner, make sure it has the, so I think your class designations might be a little off. Okay. Y'all gonna be down there at the gate? So they don't have to. The awards people will be down at the gate, and if you bring those first and second place class banners back, we'll get the right number designation on your banners. Since there were no entries in class 1, things got off sync, and they'll be happy to give you the correct banner for your class. Okay, let's move up all of these prospect steers in the miniature Hereford Youth Show. We need the class 13, class 14, and 15 steers to the staging area, please. Just a reminder that our miniature Hereford show is a blow and go, no grooming aids for either the youth or open show. So please be aware of that. Also, no cable halters allowed.
Well, three really nice Jersey June heifers here, and the really nice heifers all the way through. Each heifer's a little bit different in their makings, but they're really great heifers in their own right, and a really great job by all three exhibitors exhibiting them. But I think for me today, this first place heifer quite logically wins the class. She just has a little more show ring presence out here. She's a little bit sharper at the chine. She's a little neater in the tailhead setting than the second place heifer. She's got a more correct rump structure, and to make a cow for me, you just got to have that rump structure that's nice and square and one that can breed back. And I just prefer the rump structure, the dairiness all the way through, and the way she moves on those rear legs just a little more comfortably over this stylish heifer here in second. Second over third, I think is a much closer placing for me today. But when I got them in line, I just prefer the drop and the openness to the rib structure on the second place heifer. She's sharper at the point of withers, cleaner over the hooks and pins, just a little bit it shows me a little more dairiness all the way through to go over that really wide heifer in third. But that heifer in third is a heifer that's really got that cow cut, a lot of width. She's got a super wide rump, really long heifer from end to end. Three really nice individuals. Congratulations to the exhibitors. Well, just one heifer, one really nice milking shorthorn heifer here, a heifer that could really handle some competition. Not the biggest heifer in the world, but just an incredibly balanced heifer. A heifer is really square through her frame, straight in her lines. She walks on a tremendous set of feet and legs. She has a lot of breed character through that head and neck. She's very dairy and chiseled. Just a wonderful individual, a heifer. The only thing she needs is a little competition, but a really nice individual. A great job by the exhibitor. Thanks for bringing her out.
Really nice way to kick off our prospect show, and definitely a pair of steers that are completely opposite in terms of their kind. And as we step back and think about the setting that we're in and which one I have to ask myself that I would want to continue to keep going on with, and that's probably going to determine my decisions throughout the day in this particular division. And the young lady steer that leads off, I think that guy is acceptable in terms of his skeleton. He's really good in terms of his growth curve and his maturity pattern. And I think most importantly for me, as we study him at the surface, that steer is more attractive in terms of his foot shape. His lower angles, I think, are going to help him get better as he goes on. And then yet you study him from the side, I think that guy's the most appropriate in terms of his proportions as far as his length of spine and how it sets in. His rump is very, very good. That calf is carved out neat in terms of his look up front. Taking nothing away from the young lady in second, because that guy is burlier and more manned up in terms of his upper rib cage and the spread that he has. Incredibly dimensional. And I like that in terms of that calf going forward as far as having some natural shape to keep going on as he progresses. At the same time, as I study him in motion, that guy gets a little bit more ordinary in terms of his throat latch and down in through his chest. I need to see him a little bit more attractive in terms of the set to his upper hip, set down with a little bit more security. Really nice pair of them, though. My compliments to both those kids. Really close pair. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Well, 4 really nice individuals here in the Holstein yearling class, and I think another exceptional heifer to start the class with. A heifer that just has that show ring presence. You get out there, she's just so straight in her lines. She walks on a really nice set of feet and legs. She has a beautiful depth and openness to her rib structure. She's just a little bit harder across the top line, a little sharper and crisper there right at the point of shoulder today to go over this really nice white heifer in second. But the white heifer in second is another one of those heifers that I'd really like to take home and calve in. She has so much width and so much dairy strength, and she just possesses that cow look to her. And she uses that width through her chest floor, the width through her hooks and pins today, just maybe just a touch neater in that tailhead setting to go over another nice dairy heifer there in third. Third over fourth, it's that depth and openness to her fore and rear flank. She has maybe walks a little bit nicer on those rear legs today and just a little neater in the tailhead setting than this great big stretchy heifer there in fourth. But the heifer in fourth, the young lady did a great job bringing her out today. She's just getting a little bit in that awkward stage, just not quite carrying her top line or moving as comfortably as the ones above her, but a really nice heifer in her own right. Thanks for all the exhibitors and congratulations for bringing them out.
Really nice class, and a pair of them up top that definitely deserve a little bit of discussion. And that being said, the one that leads off, I think is probably just a little bit safer in terms of his build and how he's assembled off both ends of his skeleton. Calf is very, very good in terms of his shape to his upper body. He's hard and dense in terms of his back. He's carved out neat in terms of his chest and his shoulder. And I think most importantly for me, whenever you set the cattle in motion, that guy's a little bit more appropriate in terms of how he navigates his spine. He's a little bit more fluid in terms of his hock action and how he functions down low. Neat looking and awesome calf in terms of his presentation. Still got some muscularity, and most importantly for me, that's the soundest structured calf of the bunch. The one that comes out in second, man, that thing is awesome bodied. He's probably bigger in relation to our class winner in terms of his upper skeleton and spread out of his upper hip. He's very, very practical and nice to look at in terms of how his forerib ties into the front side of his skeleton. That calf's probably even a little bit more attractive in terms of his neckline in relation to our class winner. Just for me, young lady, whenever we set that guy out into motion, he's a little bit more up and down the way that he's built up through his shoulder and his knee. It's the same story for his hock, but an awesome bodied, highly presented one. Young lady, you do a very good job. Young lady, it's going to come in third, a long body extended calf that's got some look out front in terms of extension. At the same time, I just need to see a little bit more punch whenever we get in behind him to compare him to those two that go out ahead. Really nice class. My compliments to those kids. Let's give them a big round of applause.
You got one in this next class. Hold on, give us a sec. Okay, everything is set up. After this, there's only one, and then what? We have to set out, and then now we have to set out. Now we're good.
Attention in the barn. We will take a 15-minute break between our youth and open show. On the miniature Hereford side, again, a 15-minute break between our youth and open show.
Really nice single entry. A young man brings us a steer named Bruiser, and I tell you what, Bruiser's an awesome calf in terms of his rib cage, his shape, very, very big in terms of his spread up high. I like that guy in that regard, and yet he still has the right kind of feedability and practical look in terms of his center skeleton, good in terms of his shoulder and his knee. If we're going to get a little picky on him, maybe we would like to just make him a little stouter in terms of his rear bone, maybe just see a little bit more comfortable in the way that he takes to the surface, but an awesome bodied, big shaped calf. Young man's doing a real good job hustling through and getting presented for us. Let's pay him off for a big round of applause.
over in the Jersey show. What a wonderful class of heifers. Biggest class I think I had all day. We got 4, 5, 6 heifers up here at the top of this class that are really nice heifers. But I think an outstanding individual to start the class with, a heifer that's just so ready today. She's so crisp and dairy all the way through. She has so much drop and openness that rear flank. She uses that dairiness, especially when you get in line, you look over the hooks and pins and over through the tail head to go over another heifer here in second. A heifer, I told the young lady, is just a wonderful heifer in her own right. Maybe just not quite as ready as a heifer in first, but a heifer that you'd really like to take home, calve out. I think a heifer could really make a cow. She has the advantage over the heifer in third, just right there in that tail head setting. She's just a little neat. Tucks her tail head down in between those pins a little nicer. Shows me a little more width through the hooks and pins today over the really nice heifer that are in third. But third place heifer's a really another stylish heifer. A heifer that's got a lot of balance. Really nice, pretty head, neck. Nice, beautiful blending through her front shoulder. And she uses that, her advantage through the rump and the way she blends through the front shoulder to go over that heifer following along in fourth. Fourth over fifth. They're really similar heifers. Heifers you just like to get them stretched out, maybe cleaned up, just tuck in their tail heads to get up there any higher. But a beautiful class from top to bottom.
You know, not a lot of numbers over here on the prospect side, but I tell you what, the waters are still deep because I think that every steer that's hit the ring has definitely got some big-time potential. And for me, like I stated in the heifer show, I'm a guy that loves first impressions and pieces that are extreme that hold my attention, but yet still are good in terms of the fundamentals and practicality of the things that we're chasing. And that being said, I think our champion does that just in terms of being a little bit more elite in terms of his neck set and hock joint. If critics are going to tell me he probably needs to be a little wider at the base of his skeleton, I certainly wouldn't argue with them, but I think maybe with some time and maturity, you can definitely check those boxes. Young lady out of Class 2 will have your champion. Let's give her a round of applause. drop that second place in, and man, he's immediately in the hunt because we talked about him in class, and man, I love the shape to his cage, the spread that he has out of his back and out of his pin bones. We got to picking on that guy a little bit in terms of being a little bit more vertical in the way he's constructed off either end, and that's where I think our champion probably compliments him. An awesome body, big shaped calf that whenever we compared him back to our class winner, maybe wasn't just as extreme in terms of his foot size and his feature, but I tell you what, in terms of just basic feedability, big shape, big time pieces in him, young man out of the last class will be reserved. Let's give him a big round of applause.
$5.91.
Well, over here with the Holsteins, we're out here for junior champion, and if you're out watching the show, if you would, I'd like you to give all these exhibitors a big round of applause, not just the ones that are out here, but the ones that are back in the barn. I think we've had an exceptional heifer show this morning. I couldn't be more impressed with the quality. We've had really nice class winners, but nice depth all the way through the class. And I think all of Texas should be proud of all your youth here. They've done a wonderful job. They've been super respectful. I just couldn't be more impressed with how respectful and courteous they are out here, and just have done a wonderful job exhibiting those animals. I think if you look at these 5 animals I got pulled out here, they're the kind of heifers that I'm looking for, the kind that I think can make cows, but they're really correct heifers. They have enough, totally have enough ample width and strength all the way through them, have that nice depth and openness to their rib structure, and heifers that can walk on a really nice set of sound feet and legs and can last and move on to turn into cows. I'll go out and congratulate your junior and reserve junior champion, and then come back and give you some reasons why I did it.
Jaden McPherson with an RKDN model section, and the reserve comes out of class 5 to be engine number 28860 David Allen with Elvis Francis Attitude Red.
Well, 2 really nice heifers to be junior and reserve junior champion. I think it's kind of close for me. You just got to give the nod to that older heifer. I mean, for heifer, for her age, she carries herself so nicely. She has so much depth and openness at her rib structure. She's just a little cleaner, maybe a little neater through that rump structure today. Maybe just shows me a little more breed character through the head and neck over that really nice red heifer. But that red heifer is another heifer that I really loved when she come in the ring. She has so much style and balance, so correct in her part. She walks on a tremendous set of feet and legs, and I do prefer the bone structure down through her leg, and that's what makes it really close for me between those 2 heifers. But not to take anything away from these other 3 heifers. Been a wonderful heifer show. Congratulations to the exhibitors on doing a great job.
really nice class over here on this side. A young lady brings us a very high-rent individual, a good neck, chubby-bellied steer that's very good in terms of his lower joints and can get out and go. Awesome in terms of his proportions and look from the side. Young lady definitely brought us a fresh one that's highly presented. My compliments to her and her family. Young man's going to come out in second, and I think of the remaining trio, that steer is just easier to advocate for in terms of skeletal width, spread, and density whenever you get directly on top of him. I think that calf opens up with the right kind of shape out of the backside of his shoulder. Push comes to shove and can bear him back to our class winner. Maybe not as appropriate in terms of his maturity pattern. Didn't read that guy as dense and as fresh and in terms of his presentation. Young lady steer that's going to come out next. Long-bodied, good shaped one. Calf's got some spread to his pin bones, and I think he's got some shape in terms of his lower quarter. That being said, the steer it's a little bit coarser in terms of his sheath. I need to pick him up at the base of his chest, soften him in terms of his flank line to give him a little bit more balance and practicality, but a high individual right there. Young lady is going to come out in 4. I love that guy in terms of his performance. Big in terms of his outline, level in terms of his spine. Young lady's doing an outstanding job of getting him presented for us. I just need to see that guy farther along in terms of just condition, flesh, and bulk. Really nice group, though. My compliments to all those kids. Let's give them all a big round of applause for all their hard work.
Well, if you would, give all these junior Jersey exhibitors a huge round of applause. We've had just a tremendous Jersey heifer show. I think there's a bunch of heifers here that could move on and compete across anywhere in the world, if you want to know the truth. We have a really great group of Jersey heifers out here. I could not be more impressed with the quality that's brought out here. And I really thank all these junior exhibitors for doing such a good job getting them ready, such a good job presenting them to me and being so nice and courteous out here. It's really been a pleasure to be out here with judging them. Just like I said before, just a beautiful group of heifers from top to bottom. Heifers, little different makings, but wonderful heifers that I think can really compete. I'm going to go out and select your champion and reserve, and I'll come back and give you some reasons. Well, I think for me today, this heifer I made junior champion is a heifer that can really handle a lot of competition. She just kind of puts it all together. She has that definite balance between width and strength and dairiness and quality. She walks on a tremendous set of feet and legs. She just shows me a little more width over that heifer falling along there in second. She maybe just has a little more power up through her front end, maybe just walks out a little more comfortable on his rear legs. But I just love the frame of that, the outline of that heifer that I made reserve. Just a beautiful heifer. She's so straight in her line, so straight through her rump. She has just a perfect angle to her rib, and she has a really nice front end. Two really nice heifers, a great Jersey show. Congratulations all the exhibitors.
Another really nice class over here on the market steer side of the mini Hereford show. I think the one that leads off, just in terms of practicality and feedability, I like that guy a pretty good deal. Man, he's big in terms of his forerib and his mid-body shape. You get directly on top of the cattle, and I think he overwhelms it just in terms of the spread that he has right out of the backside of his shoulder. Big pin steer that's very comfortable in terms of the way that he takes to the surface. Taking nothing away from the young man steer in second. I actually think that steer's a little bit more attractive in terms of his head shape. I think he's a little bit better in terms of the shape of his feet. Very, very expressive in terms of his power up high. That being said, though, you study that calf in motion or standing still, a little bit vertical in the angle of his shoulder, wants to snug up right there in terms of his forerib. I just need to see that guy wider gauged and a little bit bolder in terms of his body type. A really nice pair of them, though. My compliments to both these young men. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Attention in the barn. Once again, a reminder on our miniature Hereford, there will be, in the North Arena, there will be a 15-minute break between our youth and open show. Once again, there will be a 15-minute break between our youth and open show on the North Arena.
Well, over here, the dairy ring, we got any other breeds here. We got some brown Swiss and milking shorthorns out here competing for junior champion, and I think we've had some exceptional individuals. So once again, I'd like to ask you to give all these juniors a big round of applause. They've done a wonderful job presenting them. It gets a little bit tougher to do it like this, but I guess for me, like you're comparing two different breeds. But I think every one of these, starting right down here with a calf or calves that can go on, they can compete at that next level. Just a wonderful group. I've been really happy with the classes. Been very impressed with the quality and the way the young people presented them to me. So I'd like to thank them for that. I'm going to go out and congratulate your junior, your reserve champion here, and any other breeds. I'll come back and give you some reasons. Well, I think for me it's quite close today, but just give the advantage to that older heifer. She has a little more drop and openness to her rib structure today. But this younger heifer here is a heifer that is so straight in her lines. A heifer that I think if she had a little more fill today, she could really give that other heifer, this junior champion, run for her money. And in this breed, I made an honorable mention too, because that brown Swiss heifer, the second place heifer in that class that I pulled out, just a heifer that I just love the style and balance to her, the way she presents herself out there, her head, neck, just beautiful in her breed. I think a heifer that definitely deserved recognition, so I make her honorable mention. But two shorthorns for junior and reserve junior champion, honorable mention on that really nice brown Swiss heifer.
Okay, you may.
Taking a 15-minute break, so we told them that we're 15-minute break before the open starts.
Attention miniature Herefords. There's going to be a 15-minute transition break before the open show starts, so please be aware of that, and then we'll in about 10 minutes be calling our first open show classes. And once again, we have no entries in class 1, but we'll need your class 2, 3, and 4 up once we make those class calls for the open show. 15-minute break between the conclusion of the junior market steer show and the open show in miniature Herefords.
Man, I tell you what, you could drive a lot of miles and go to a lot of shows and not see four miniature Hereford steers this good, because the one that's ultimately going to conclude our class, I think, can go on and win a lot of other shows, because I think that the pieces are awesome in this one right here. But the young lady up front that's going to lead off, I think in terms of just picking them apart, in terms of some freshness, body shape, and skeletal qualities, where I like that guy a good deal. You study him in terms of his head and his throat latch. He's very, very fresh and highly presented in that regard. And you study the set to his shoulder, the shape to his forerib, and that guy is very good in that regard. If we're going to get picky on him, maybe whenever we set him in motion, I'd like to see him just hook up a little bit better right there on the front side of his hip in terms of his loin edge. But I think that that is a very fresh, good-bodied steer that's attractive in terms of his look up front, still appropriate in terms of his skeleton. Really stout, dense, woofy one comes out into. I think that guy is probably better in relation to our class winner in terms of the natural set back into his flank, big in terms of his feet, good in terms of his joints. Just for me, whenever I step off to the three-quarter view, I read that guy a little rounder and plainer in terms of his upper pins. Didn't read him as just as chiseled out and as sharp in terms of his back shape, but some big-time pieces in that guy in terms of feature and skeletal width and having some flexibility down low. Steer that's going to come out next, if you want to tell me that steer might be the best in terms of his center rib shape and how fresh he is in terms of his body and his back, I couldn't argue with you, because I think that guy is very good in that regard. Longer you get out here, that guy gets a little bit more fragile in terms of his feature. Didn't read him just as stout and as burly down low, but an awesome bodied, freshly presented calf. The young lady that's going to round out the class, awesome steer in terms of his spread and natural dimension that he has out of the backside of his shoulder. If you want to tell me that's the biggest calf, the biggest backed one of the bunch, and go ahead and run with him, I wouldn't argue with you. Just for me, though, structurally speaking, as I see that guy get out and go, gets a little bit out in terms of his chest, a little bit more vertical in terms of his shoulder. Didn't read that guy just as flexible, but man, a big back, giant hipped one. The young lady does an awesome job getting presented. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
Fourth place, 27,338, Harper Louis Clay, last minute.
Well, four really nice Jersey cows to start off our cow show over here, and I think an exceptional cow to start the class with. A cow that's just my kind. She's not the biggest cow in the world, but she has a beautiful mammary system on her. She has a almost perfect rear udder attachment. Her fore udder's just slammed right in there. Just a wonderful balanced cow, and she has a really nice dairy frame to go with it. She goes over the cow in second, mainly on that fore udder attachment. Maybe the way the teats set underneath her a little more naturally than the one in second. But I do love the height and width of that rear udder on the big framey cow there in second. And that's what maybe makes it a touch close for me. But just a beautiful rear udder in this second place cow, a big rangy cow. Cow has a lot of cow power, a lot of dairy strength all the way through, a lot of width to her chest. And she uses that width to her chest and the crease all the way from top to bottom in that rear udder to go over another stylish, pretty cow here in third. A beautiful, youthful cow there in third. Like I told the young lady, she's just fresh here, needs to get a little more seam all the way down through that rear udder to get up there and compete with the two above her. But a beautiful, balanced cow that walks on a tremendous set of feet and legs and has a really nice, youthful mammary system. She uses that youthfulness to her mammary system, just higher above the hocks, tighter, more levelness to the udder floor to go over this really nice milky cow in fourth. But four really nice individuals. Congratulations to all the exhibitors.
Thank you, Judge. First place.
Man, an outstanding market steer show, and I think from the bottom of my heart, truly a very, very top-notch set of kids that hit the ring today that not only showed exceptional steers, but their showmanship, their attitudes. It's the things that makes me go home and do what I want to do in terms of working with young people and their livestock projects. And my hat's off to you guys as parents, ag teachers, extension agents, whoever it is that's helping them, because I think that you're doing the right thing out here. And man, we step back and we put things into perspective. And I don't think that there's a more pure youth livestock activity than the miniature Hereford division, because man, we're starting them little and getting them to go in the right direction. And that being said, I still got to pick a champion in reserve, but but I want you guys to know, outstanding job. My hat's off to you. I think that there was a buzzsaw class, and I think the pair stays together. The heavyweights will be champion in reserve. Let's give them a round of applause.
Well, three really nice cows here, one in each breed here in the other breed show, and three really nice cows in their own right. And I think it's super, super close up here at top. These two youngsters do a great job presenting them and exhibiting them. But this Guernsey cow for me today, she's just a little bit tighter in that fore udder attachment, maybe a little nicer. It has a little more ideal teat size, shape, and placement on the udder over the really beautiful rear uddered milking shorthorn fell along in second. But that milking shorthorn, when you get around back of her, she has so much height and width of that rear udder. She's a little more level. Give her an advantage. She's more even in those rear quarters today over the Guernsey cow, but just not quite as tight in that udder attachment, quite as nice in the teat size and shape and placement as the Guernsey cow. But the shorthorn over the brown Swiss, she gets a huge advantage in the way she just carries her rear udder. She's higher and wider at the top of that rear udder attachment. She's got a little more seam from top to bottom in that rear udder over a really nice, stylish, beautiful fore udder brown Swiss cow. But three really nice individuals.
Thank you, Judge. Please.
Well, only one cow here in the Holstein division, but a cow that could definitely handle some competition. A cow has got a big raw frame there, beautiful frame to her. She's a really high chine cow, nice hard top line, and a really incredible rear udder on this cow. A cow that's got nice teat placement and shape. Like I told the young lady, the only thing she could use is some competition, but it'd be a nice cow to come back out for champion. Congratulations, good job to the exhibitor. Okay, yeah. Well, out here in the Jersey ring, kind of an interesting class to sort out, but really nice class from top to bottom. I did a little switching around here. I think it's really tight all the way through this class. But for me, quite a handy winner, a cow that's had 2 calves. She has just an incredible rear udder attachment, and she's also maybe as correct of any cow in the class. You would maybe like to just fancy up her fore udder a little bit today. When she takes big steps, she kind of exposes her fore udder a little bit. But when she handles, you get around back of her, this rear udder and for 2 calves is really pretty much nearly ideal. And she uses that height and width for her rear udder, the balance to the rear quarters to go over this really nice fresh cow come along here in second. The second cow is a cow I moved up, cow that just fresh here a little bit, needs a little more time. She's a little bit lacking in that seam all the way from top to bottom of the rear udder, and she's a little bit light on that right rear quarter today, and that's why she's in that second hole. But I think her just being fresh, she's just showing me so much more bloom over this really stale cow come along here in third, a cow that I told the young lady, I think if she was fresh with 2 calves and had more bloom, I think she'd be the winner in the class for me. But today she's just not showing her bloom to her rear udder to get up there any higher. But she uses the balance to her frame, the length to her fore udder attachment, the squareness to her rump structure to go over this really nice dairy cow here in fourth. And fourth over fifth, it's just the youthfulness of the mammary system. This fifth place cow has kind of been the problem cow for me. I actually pulled her second. She was the only other second calf cow in the class. She's a really correct cow, and she's got the second best rear udder in the class.
Things keep moving faster.
Teats are on the quarter, just tighten up her fore udder to get up there any higher today. But a really nice class from top to bottom. Congratulations, all the exhibitors.
Thank you, Judge.
Just one entry here in the any other breed ring, but a beautiful cow, a cow with a great udder, cow that walks on a tremendous set of feet and legs, has a lot of power and strength and width all the way throughout. A cow that can definitely handle a lot of competition, and it'll be really nice to see come back out for champion.
This will be the final call for miniature Herefords in Class 2 and 3. And those are pretty small classes, so we'll bring in our Class 6, 7, and 8. You can check them into staging as well. We're about ready to go on the Open Miniature Hereford Show here in the North Arena.
Well, two exceptional cows here. Two cows that both had 3 calves. They're just pretty fresh, but just if you look at these cows, they have wonderful udders. 2 cows that walk around the ring on a really nice set of feet and legs. I asked the young gentleman in the second place cow. To me, it's a pretty close placing. I just love the rear udder on that second place cow. And I asked for both these cows to come back out here for champion because they're 2 really great cows that can really handle some competition.
Attention in the barn, we've had a smart cell phone turned in that was found in the ladies' room across the Freeman Boulevard over in the swine stalling area, but it was in the ladies' room. And if you know who that person is that's looking for a cell phone and they can identify it, we have it up here at the announcer stand.
Well, we'll kind of start things off over here in our miniature Hereford show. We got a nice heifer that initiates things here. Female, it's got a great look from the side. I like how long and strong she is in terms of her top line, very uniform in terms of her depth. Appreciate that, and sleek up through her front end as well. Maybe we could see her just a little bit more relaxed in terms of her pasture and set, but a great female to start the show off with.
Well, 4 really nice cows here in the Jersey ring. But I mean, for me today, I think if you look out here, I got a really easy winner out here for me today. Just a cow that just has that dairy strength, the height and width of her rear udder, walks on a tremendous set of feet and legs, just has ring presence, style, and balance. She's out there on the move. Just a beautiful cow to start the class off. But she gets an advantage over the cow come along in second, a beautiful rear uddered cow there in second, but I just prefer the teat size, shape, and placement on the first place cow. I prefer the smoothness and the venation to her mammary system. She's also a little more even in her rear quarters to go over this really nice cow in second. Second over third, you give her advantage. She's a little cleaner and dairier. She has a little more bloom, a little more quality to her mammary system, and really walks on a little nicer set of feet and legs, a little more comfortable on those rear legs than the cow come along in third. Third over fourth, it's a really close for placing for me. But I just, once I got them in line, give the advantage to the cow in third. She just eat more even, shows me more balance to that rear quarters. She's just a little tighter in that fore-udder attachment over a really nice dairy cow there in fourth. But congratulations and a great job to all exhibitors.
Thank you.
Well, we got a little bigger class out here in our miniature Hereford show, and the female that wins obviously kind of sets the standard from a performance perspective. She's achieved the highest weight per day of age, and I think that's most assuredly compliments of the fact the big extended heifer is still built the boldest and the roundest in her rib cage. And when I get behind the cattle, she really exhibits the most width between her pin bone and consequently just works the most muscle volume and mass all the way throughout. From the profile, you got to like the extra stretch that heifer has. You know, as she gets tempoed up here on the go, we maybe could see her just a little bit more coordinated in the way she handles that hind leg, but with that extra grow power, it kind of makes sense that maybe she gets just a little rigid there at the ground. I really dig the running gear of the heifer in second. This one is built the way that I like them. She's angular in the angle to her shoulder. I think she's the most comfortable in terms of her hock and pastern, and I'll be the first to admit she's a little bit more immature out here in terms of her bottom line, but I think that heifer is built for the long haul, just doesn't have the mass to run with our class winner today. Awful nice pair of, nice like the heifer out here that ends up in third. Young lady Tatum does just an outstanding job of showing this heifer. I'm really impressed with her ability. I like the depth of heart of this heifer. I like the balance that she draws up with here from the profile. All those things are really makes a strong case to move up. She maybe wants to splay out just a fraction up front, maybe cuts up in her flank just a tick compared maybe to the cattle in front of her. Heifer that ends up here in the 4-hole. This one's actually impressive when I get behind her. I think she works more muscle volume up high than some of her contemporaries, and she's pretty bold in her rib cage as well. I just wish we had a bigger, stouter hind leg on her. She too maybe projects her neck just a fraction low out of the front side of her shoulder blade. We complete the class with another heifer that certainly like in terms of strength to her top line and depth to her midrib. When I get behind the cattle, she'll want to kind of pair up a little close at her hock. That tells the story of her maybe just being a little more refined and narrow all the way throughout.
Thank you, sir.
Showing Lucky Lady, second in that class, went to Carter Nicole. Robbie, third place to Tatum Shed, fourth place to Connor Weaver, fifth place to Riley Ingram. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Well, over here in the other breeds in the dairy ring, two just exceptional cows here. We got one brown Swiss cow and a milky shorthorn. Just incredible cows. Cows that could handle a lot of competition, could go anywhere and compete anywhere in the world. But for me today, I'm giving an advantage to this brown Swiss cow. She's just so extreme in that rear udder. I think for in the brown Swiss breed, I don't know that I've seen a better rear udder. Just an incredible rear uddered cow, but also a cow that's really square in her frame. She walks really comfortably on her feet and legs. I guess what makes it close for me a little bit is that this milky shorthorn cow's fourth calf, cow that's really, again, a really great cow, a cow with a wonderful udder. She has great quality and texture to that mammary system. Just maybe doesn't have quite as correct in the teat placement to compete with that brown Swiss. But two really good cows in their own right, in their own breed. And I asked the milky shorthorn to come back out for champion because they're two cows that definitely deserve to be out here for the champion drive.
Sorry about that. Thank you, sir.
Well, as we kind of bring this first division to a close over here in our miniature Hereford show, three nice cattle represented. We just talked about them. I think at this stage of the game, you like the look that all these cattle have. I think they're kind of females that are really draw up with a great look here from the profile. I thought there was maybe a pair that were equipped with just a little bit more width and dimension. That's going to be the pair out of the second class. We're going to keep them together. They'll be our champion in reserve. Congratulations. Well, we'll keep this pair of heifers the way that they walked in. And obviously, the heifer that wins has achieved the performance advantage. But I really like the extra length and extension that she's got in front of her shoulder blade. I think she's more ladylike up through her front end as well. And then I appreciate the fact that she kind of combos that up with being deeper and more maternal in terms of her midrib, and all those things really allows her to paint maybe a little bit more elegant picture there from the profile. Now, in a perfect world, I'd give a little bit more set to her knee and then provide more bend into her hock and pastern. Still think she catches her step, but maybe could just be a little bit more agile in the way she gets there. Heifer that comes in second, obviously appreciate that heifer as well. She's strong and composed in her top line. I think relative to her frame score, she's got plenty of depth of body, not only from a practicality standpoint, but just to balance up effectively here from the profile. On the go, she reveals some of her problems. She'll want to rise up in her top line, and then still just gives up some performance relative to our winner.
Second place in that class entered by Addison Grace Lucas from Hereford. This will bring us to class 7 here in your miniature Hereford show. 3 entries in this class.
Well, 2 entries here in the Holsteins. I think they're 5-year-olds, but 2 really great cows here. Exceptional cows in their own right. First place cow, though, she just more on the money today. She's a cow that's fresh and in her wedding clothes. She's got bloom and capacity. She's a beautiful mammary system. She walks around the ring on a tremendous set of feet and legs. And she's just a cow that's got so much width and strength and power to her all the way through. So much more openness to the barrel than this cow's along here in second. But the cow in second is a cow that I just love the dairiness, the quality to this cow. She's so balanced and dairy all the way through. You can tell she's a real milk cow. She's getting a little stale, but a beautiful mammary system on that cow too. A cow I'd like to see it just fresh, and love to evaluate her when she's fresh and really rolling. But 2 really nice Annabelle.
Well, we got another nice class of miniature Herefords over here. Boy, the female that wins really strikes a pose here from the profile. Probably not the biggest frame heifer, but I think everything fits together on that heifer. There's nothing eccentric, but it all makes sense. I like the length that she's got up to her front end. I think it matches her body length as well. She's really uniform in her depth. And then perhaps my favorite view is when I get behind the cattle. I think that's where she shows off the extra spring to her rib and squareness to her pin bone. She is chock full of dimension there. And then I like the condition that she's presented in. I think she's really fresh in that regard as well. Probably accommodated with just a fraction more shoulder up front, but more than anything, we'd like to see her just a little looser in the way she handles her hind leg. But I do like how square she is in her footwork up front. Heifer that comes in second does have a little bit more linear height and altitude up through her front end, and she's a heifer that can run with our class winner in terms of spring of rib and dimension up high. That's a little different story when I get behind her. I notice she wants to taper just a little from hooks to pins, and then maybe a heifer on the go that'll roll up in her spine and maybe just doesn't read quite as sappy through her center. I like the performance of the heifer that comes in third. She's without question the most rugged in terms of her bone work, and I like the extra extension that she has. She's got maybe just a little bit more hide and skin underneath her throat latch there, probably just not quite as soft through her flank to offset the fact she's got a little bit more throat up front.
Well, over here, the Jersey age cows, three really nice cows, and I think another cow that just walks away with the class for me with her overall frame and width and structure to her frame. She shows to be so much more spring and openness at a barrel, and she has a really quality udder. She'd be best udder in the class too, but it kind of starts with that structure to her frame. Told the young lady in second that's what happens when the cow in first has got so much more spring and barrel. It just shoves that udder back, kind of sets it back in there where it belongs. But the second place cow is a cow with a wonderful udder, a cow that walks on a tremendous set of feet and legs, and she really makes a nice, follows a really nice pattern to follow that first place cow. Second over third, it's just the quality and balance of that rear udder today. She's showing me a little more quality to the fore udder attachment on the left side. She's so much more balanced between those rear quarters today over a really nice frame cow following in third, but three really nice individuals.
Well, over here in our miniature Hereford side, we got an excellent female that wins this class. The red-eyed, short-marked heifer is big-bodied and extremely cowy. I like the sweep that she's got to her midrib. Part of it might be accented by the fact that red kind of sweeps down on her bottom line there, but I do think that heifer is probably the biggest bodied and the deepest in her midrib of any of the females we've seen come through the ring today. I like the fact that she's got natural thickness, but it lays on to her framework in a way that is still smooth and maternal and ladylike. Probably not quite as chiseled out as the heifer that's Ariel just brought in the last class, but I think a female that you really got to appreciate just the body and the capacity that she represents.
Thank you. Miniature Hereford open show exhibitors in classes 11 and 12. You need to be in the staging area at this time. Miniature Hereford classes 11 and 12 to the staging area in the north side of the arena.
says on 1, Jack Mitchell. You need to bring your Holstein up to the staging area.
Well, two really nice age cows out here in the Holstein ring. Two cows are a little bit different, same thing, a little different stage of lactation. But this cow in first, she just so bloomy today. When you get around back, she has so much height and width to that rear udder, so much quality to her mammary system. She shows me a little more quality through that fore udder on both sides than the cow following in second. She's a little fuller in her rib structure, and then she's so much higher and wider at the top of that rear udder today to go over this really nice balanced cow in second. Cow in second is a cow I really like. Looks like cow just needs to get a little more feed in her belly, a little milk in her udder to compete with that one above her, but a really nice cow. Two really nice individuals. Great job by the exhibitors.
Thank you, Judge.
Well, we got 3 class winners out here in contention for our division honors. I like all 3 of them. We talked about the heifer that wins the first class, big and extended, really long out of her hip. Maybe a female there that we appreciate for that extra extension up front. You know, maybe does a heifer that's got just a fraction more chest relative to being more modest in her flank line compared to the cattle that stand behind her. Heifer that wins the second class, I really was enamored with this female in terms of rib shape and dimension. I know she's a little hollowed out, but I just can't get past the vacancy of just chest and throat latch this heifer has. She is so chiseled out up front and really powerful when we get behind her. Obviously, she campaigns herself as the most moderate in this lineup, and with that extra punch, she maybe could rock down just a little more comfortable on her pasture. Then we get the big heifer that wins the last class, single entry. Huge bodied, really cowy. Like the practicality of that heifer, and what I think so impressive, sometimes these miniature Herefords that are this big bodied are tough to manage in a show ring. Young lady, or in a show barn, excuse me, young lady's got this one's awfully fresh in her condition because she does look like she's an easy keeper. She's just not quite as chiseled out as the heifer that stands in front of her, but I think the best cows generally kind of got a little bit more throat latch and on her, and I think this heifer certainly fills that bill. So nice pair of them out here, nice trio. I'm going to go ahead and use the young lady out of the last class for champion. We're going to use class 2 over there for reserve. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Attention in the cattle barn, dairy showmanship exhibitors. If you show more than one breed, if you showed more than one dairy breed, for showmanship, you're only allowed to pick one. Pick your best female for showmanship. We're currently in the last breed of class 14. We'll move into our champion senior drive. And then when everybody gets here, we'll do our grand champion female drive. And then following that, we'll do our showmanship junior and then senior.
Nice pair of miniature Herefords over here. Boy, the heifer that wins this class, obviously she's been dealt just the performance advantage, but I like her because I think she just comports herself with a little bit more balance here from the profile. I really appreciate the strength that she's got built into her top line. I think she's actually a little longer out of her hip and just neater in terms of where her tail head places on the top side of her framework there. And then that heifer is one that I think just extremely symmetrical as we study her from the side. Huge bodied, easy keeping, and extremely practical. And I like many cattle that push the envelope in terms of depth of center. She's probably just a little plainer up front, but I think she's going to be a fantastic cow, and that's why I like her to win this class. I think there's a lot of just natural thickness in the heifer that comes in second. She's more moderate framed, actually maybe a little longer bodied relative to her frame score than our winner. Heifer that if I could redesign, I'd probably just format her skeleton a little different. She wants to splay out up front, which I think is predicated by her being a little up and down in terms of the angle to her blade. Kind of the same story from behind.
Well, three really nice individuals over here in the other breed ring. Two brown Swiss cows, really nice cows, and I think for me quite a handy winner in this milking shorthorn. A cow that's got a wonderful frame, a cow that walks on a tremendous set of feet and legs. She has a lot of width to her chest, and just maybe is a little more youthful. It shows me a little more youthfulness in a mammary system, a little nicer teeth size, shape, and placement than the really nice fifth cap brown Swiss cow come along here in second. Cow in second, though, is a cow that's so dairy, so quality all the way through. Pretty cow when she gets on the move. Maybe just needs a little time to kind of suck her udder up to compete with that milky shorthorn, but a beautiful cow in her own right. Give her an advantage. She just had a couple more calves, and the big, powerful cow come along here third. But the cow in third is a cow with a wonderful frame. It's a beautiful, long frame cow with a lot of width and strength. Just getting a little stale today. Doesn't have quite the balance to those rear quarters of the cows above her. Three really nice individuals. Congratulations to all three exhibitors.
Well, we've got a little bit more inventory of cattle in this particular class. Let me just make kind of a comment to get started with. I'm really impressed with the condition of these heifers. I think sometimes we look at these miniature Herefords, they're so easy keeping, they can get a little chubby on us. And I think that the exhibitors so far to this point have really impressed me with the freshness of these particular cattle. Young man's heifer that wins this class, obviously she's been blessed with a little bit more hair coat than the heifer that resides in second, but I still think that she proportions up in a nicer, balanced fashion here from the profile. I make that assessment primarily as she's softer to her midrib. I think that heifer is one that her length of body is a little bit more conservative, but actually works to her favor in terms of being able to be more symmetrical here from the side, and I like the lines that she draws up with. Now, she's not the sleekest fronted, and I'd probably make her a little neater necked in a perfect world, but she's a nice heifer that's very problem-free to go ahead and get started with here. Young lady's heifer that comes in second obviously is a little slicker than the cattle that stand on either side of her, but I like that one awfully well. She's probably got more natural thickness, primarily through her quarter when we study her compared to the heifer that wins this particular class, and I like the length of body and the extra grow power that she has from a growth curve standpoint. She is a little bit more cinched up in her flank, but more than anything, I just wish that the contour of her shoulder fit onto her forerib, maybe a little bit more seamless compared to our class winner, and then she could probably be dialed back a little bit in the angle to her shoulder and knee. There's a lot of power in the heifer in third. Boy, she's round rib, big top, thick-ended, and I still like the balance she's got from the side. She's probably got the performance advantage of the cattle in the top trio here. Just wish we could alter her a little bit from a structural standpoint. She gets a little posty in the set to her hind leg. Kind of the same story up front as well. Big-bodied practicals, how I'd characterize the replacement candidate that ends up here in our fourth hole. I like the rib cage, and I really like the structure of that heifer. I think she's extremely sound. Heifer to me that's a little plainer up through her front end in combination with wanting to play out from behind. I just wish we could either make her a little neater fronted or wider from a breeding value standpoint, but boy, the fundamentals in terms of cow power are awfully nice. Like the dimension of this heifer that comes next, this female is without question the biggest hipped heifer in the class. She's really thick-ended and big out of her top as well. Probably doesn't balance up quite as nice from the profile. She's got a tendency to run downhill, maybe kind of got a little extra, a little tighter down there through her flank. Heifer that follows her, really good in her outline, level made, strong in her top line. I appreciate the freshness of this heifer. Just a little bit hollowed out and green in her forerib and flank. Then we complete the class, the heifer that's really sound in terms of flex and reach. Appreciate those attributes of her strong top, but the long-toed heifer is a little frailer at the ground and gives up power down low.
Thanks, sir.
Nice division here, miniature Herefords. I like our class winners, and we just talked about the practicality that each of them exemplifies. They're big rib, they're easy keeping. I still think those cattle balance up, pretty effectively from the profile. They're probably just not sleek up through their front ends or maybe dynamic from the side, but I like the balance that they portray. I thought the key difference in that pair is there's one of them that's just bolder and more robust. That's the gentleman the cowboy had up front. He's going to have our division champion. We're going to follow the young man out of class number 2 for reserve.
Thank you.
Attention in the barn. Class 15, we need entry number 114, Mabel Bear. Last and final call for staging, Class 15. Miniature Herefords.
Well, over here at the Holstein show, if you're watching the show, I'd really like you to ask you to give all these junior exhibitors a big round of applause. I think it's been just a tremendous show today. I think we had a really wonderful heifer show, and they brought out the junior champion heifer here for the grand champion lineup, and she's really an incredible individual in her own right, and a heifer that I think could calve in and be an exceptional quality cow. But as I look down this line, I think we have a group of cows out here. They have exceptional udders. The cows that have a lot of dairy strength, they have a lot of rib structure, and the cows that milk. Cows that it look like they can go home and pay the bills, and that's what I'm always looking for. I milk cows every day. So these are the kind of cows I'm looking for. I'll go out and make your grand champion, reserve, and honorable mention in that order, and come back and give you some reasons. Like I said, again, I'd like to thank all these youngsters for doing such a wonderful job today, being so polite, so courteous, and doing just a wonderful job at exhibiting their animals. Well, for me today, this 5-year-old cow, or just a wonderful cow. Cow's got a tremendous mammary system. I think just when she comes out here, she's the cow that's most on the money today. She just a little crisper all the way across her top line today, a little cleaner over the hooks and pins. Shows me just a touch more height and width right to the top of the rear udder over this 4-year-old cow that make honorable mention or reserve. But cow for reserves, a cow that follows that night pattern. Honestly, a cow that if she was a little more chiseled off, I think would give that big cow a run for her money. Just a cow that's so balanced. She's really my kind of cow. I'd like to just clean her up today. Just a touch, maybe just give her a little more drop to that rear flank to compete with the cow for champion. But then for reserve, I'm going back to that 5-year-old cow, the second place 5-year-old cow that I just love her in class. A cow that's not quite on the money today. She's a little getting stale, but a wonderful uddered cow, a cow that I just love to see fresh and rolling, cow that I think could really compete and push these other two cows. 3 incredible individuals, be grand, reserve, and honorable mention of your show. Congratulations, all exhibitors.
On our miniature Hereford show here, we got a nice lineup of cattle. I think the young lady's heifer that wins this particular class is the one that kind of outpaces the competition from just a structural correctness and a quality standpoint. I think compared back to the female that resides in second, she takes a longer, more athletic stride out of her front skeleton. Kind of the same story when we get behind the cattle. And I do like the fact that she's one that's really long and level in terms of her top line. And I don't know if I just say she's the most refined, but I still read that heifer to be a little bit more ladylike, and the stretch to her muscle system and just the shape to her head and neck. Now, she's a little deep in her chest and sternum relative to her flank line. That's probably a place we could upgrade that heifer, but I think that's an awful nice one to get started with here. I like the cow power, the heifer that comes in second. She just got more impressive in terms of the stoutness and more intense in terms of her bone work than the heifer that wins this particular class. She's deeper in her heart and remains more uniform back through her flank. Probably carrying just a little bit extra condition on her, which I think highlights the fact that she's got a little extra skin and hide up front compared to that class winner. Ton of body in the heifer that comes in third. She really campaigns herself as that practical, low-maintenance type of female. A little shorter in her face, and I think that tells the story of her maybe being a little earlier maturing from there back. The shorter cannon heifer is starting to get a little chubby down there through her chest, and we certainly like to halt the establishment of fat there around her tailhead. Heifer that follows her is more extended in her kind. A little rougher haired heifer, but I like the length of neck that she's got. I like the length of body, and she's one that's really robust in her rib cage and dimensional up high. Just got a bad habit of wanting to kick up at her top line here on the go. A female that maybe isn't just a little more tubular in terms of her rib design. Female that comes next really takes a long step. I like the spread to her rear toe and the athleticism she's got built into her hock. Probably flexes as well as any of the cattle out here. A little dropped out and pronounced in her chest relative to being tight in her flank. Gives up some width when we get behind the cattle. We complete the class with a strong top heifer that's pretty honest in terms of her condition. Got plenty of dimension when we get behind the cattle. Gives up quite a bit of performance to her contemporaries. A little bit more tubular in her rib design and tougher in terms of the set to her pastured.
You judge, last call, entry 32871 out of class 16. We need you at the holding area at this time.
We got a nice class here of miniature Herefords. I think the top pair is one of those close calls, and you certainly could justify going either direction. I think both the cattle in a perfect world, we'd rock back a little bit in the angle to their shoulder. I just read a little bit more progression from a growth curve standpoint and the heifer that wins this particular class. She's built with more altitude up front, and she's certainly got just more clearance there through her chest, and the fact that she's more elevated through her sternum really allows her to balance up awfully well. That's the longer, leveler hip female. I like the tail set that she's got there, their tail head there, excuse me, and I do appreciate the fact that she's still really lean and honest in terms of her condition. Now, in a perfect world, I'd square her up and give her just a little more clearance to her hock as she leaves me, but that's a nice heifer to go ahead and win this particular class. There's a little bit more depth and sweep in the midrib of the heifer that comes in second, and because she's probably a little bit more conservative in terms of her body length, I think she does balance up maybe a little better today. She didn't look quite as immature as the heifer that stands in front of her. I think that the shape to her neck is certainly feminine. It's just not as long and clean and tricked out maybe as the heifer that wins this particular class. I do think that heifer's got an advantage structurally in terms of her hind leg, but I'd still like to square her up and give her just a little bit more width between her pin bones. Heifer that ends up in third is big-bodied and practical in terms of her kind, certainly stout in terms of her bone work as well. The longer she stands, she wants to rock forward there in her shoulder and her knee. Another heifer maybe that we could see just plant her hind leg with a little bit more conviction. Heifer that comes in fourth, another heifer that's moderate frame, strong and composed in her top line. I appreciate that about her. She too's maybe just a little bit deeper and more pronounced in her chest. Got a little extra set and bend built into her hind leg and could just be more intensified in terms of her bone work from the hock down. Young man that comes next brings us a heifer that's deep body, definitely more uniform in her depth than the heifer that comes in front of her here. I like that heifer awfully well in that regard. Probably a little bit more pronounced in the crest of the top of her neck. Heifer that's got a little more navel is perhaps a little flatter we get behind the cattle. Heifer that comes next, big-bodied and sound is how I'd characterize that heifer. Obviously, she's probably kind of in her working clothes and doesn't have the haircut maybe that a few of these other cattle out here have, but I like the structural correctness of that heifer. Actually think she's got the best set to her knee of any of the cattle out here in the class. Probably just views a little plainer up front, a little narrower from behind relative to her contemporaries. Young lady's heifer that comes next is performance-oriented, and she's obviously big and extended in her kind. I don't think she balances up quite as nice. A heifer that's a little shorter neck in concert with being longer-bodied is also deeper in her chest relative to being tighter in her flank. Then we complete the class with a long-bodied heifer that's honest in terms of her condition, reads a little bit more tubular in her rib design, maybe sees her neck send a little low out of the front side of her shoulder. Well, two nice class winners out here represent. I think they trade off in their advantages. The heifer that wins the first class is more robust in her rib cage, just got more power chalked over her skeleton there, and I really like the dimension that she has for still balancing up well from the profile. We could draw her back maybe a little leveler from hooks to pins. Heifer that wins the second class, more extended. Certainly a heifer that's really progressive in her growth curve, and I like how lean and honest she is from a condition standpoint. Just like to see her maybe a little bit more secure in the way she travels there from high to ground. So nice pair. I think you go either direction. I like the seconds, but I think it boils down to our class winners. I'm going to use the young lady up front for champion. Heifer out of class 2 will be reserved.
Attention in the cattle barn. The Open Beef Pasture Show will be taking place shortly after 12 o'clock today. So be listening for your class calls in advance of that. We'll have a lunch break at the conclusion of the dairy show here on the south side, and this will give our lineup crews an opportunity to have lunch, and then we'll be making the first class calls for the beef pasture classes in the first division about 10 minutes before 12.
We got kind of a thought-provoking top pair here. I think it's back and forth in terms of where these trade off in their strengths. Heifer that wins a little rougher haired and probably took me longer to appreciate this heifer, but I think structurally speaking, she's probably a little closer to the mark than the heifer that comes in second. I do like the fact that the set to her shoulder is a little bit more seamless in the way that it latches on to her forerib, and then I think that heifer is one that's a little longer out of her hip relative to her length of body, and correspondingly, she just takes a more accurate step when we get the cattle here on the go. Now, we probably could give her just a little bit more flank. Perhaps we could provide her with more power from behind, but I think she's a very problem-free heifer to win this particular class. Standing still, heifer in second looks like a surefire class winner. She is a population outlier in terms of rib shape and muscle and thickness. That heifer is probably the most powerful heifer that's come through the ring today. And she also combos that up with just really impressive performance and length and extension and growth of progression there. I think that heifer's got some really cool pieces to her. I just think on the go, she maybe just can't quite keep herself quite as composed as a class winner in front of her there. She'll kind of pull her hind leg underneath herself, maybe gets a little off in her top line, and then she too gets a little coarser at the point of her shoulder, but that one's got some extremely impressive breeding pieces to stand in second. Heifer that comes in third, big-bodied, practical, strong in her top line. I like those things about her. Probably reads just a little bit shorter up through her front end, not quite as ladylike in the shape to her head, but a nice heifer to stand in that three-hole there. Like the refinement of the heifer that comes in fourth. I do read her more feminine, the shape to her head and neck, and it was close between her and the female directly in front of her. I get behind the cattle. I just wish we could expand her wider at her pin set and give her more muscle. Then we complete the class with a long-sided heifer. This one's probably the longest hipped heifer in the lineup, and I think that really helps her in terms of her length of stride. Female for me that just gives up body mass and dimension when I get behind the cattle.
Okay, we're gonna have a little change here over on the dairy side. We had a little mix-up with some exhibitor numbers and, don't shoot the messenger. So here it goes. Back on the Holstein side, where we announced our champion heifer, our senior champion heifer, and our grand champion heifer. According to 204.03, he said that he had already maxed out. Well, that's not exactly the case. So Caleb Wilson Osega with Ernest Anthony Convention Keep. Okay, right. So we're.
Welcome to the 75th Annual San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo. My name is Kyle Coleman, and I'm a proud life member of the Dairy Cattle Committee. We want to congratulate all of our exhibitors for their efforts and achievements. We also want to thank the parents, family members, educators, and advisors who give so much of their time to support these young people. Our mission as a volunteer organization emphasizes agriculture and education to develop the youth of Texas. Because of the dedication and efforts of over 6,000 volunteers, the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo is able to provide financial support to the youth of Texas. To date, the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo educational commitment totals more than $255 million. More than 18,000 students are impacted annually to further their educational and agricultural goals. The funds are raised through the rodeo and other annual events and are awarded in the form of scholarships, grants, endowments, auction proceeds, calf scramble certificates, and show premiums. Currently, all 254 Texas counties are represented in this program. Approximately 1,500 active scholarships are attending Texas colleges and universities. And with that, we'll let the judge go ahead and make his selection, and with that, we'll also present our next scholarship recipient.
Thank you. Like I said before, it's been just a wonderful Jersey show, and I think when you look out here at these 4 cows, they really exemplify what this breed is looking for. They're wonderful cows with great udders, cows that walk on a beautiful set of feet and legs, have enough of dairiness, nice combination of dairiness and strength. I couldn't be happier with the 4 cows I got out here for champion, and I really like to thank all the Jersey exhibitors for doing a great job getting them ready and getting them out. I'll go out and congratulate your grand reserve and honorable mention and come back and give you some reasons afterwards. For me, it's really easily the 4-year-old cow there, a cow that I just think is the most on the money today. And then it's really close for reserve. And not to take anything away from this age cow, a cow that I love, and I just love the balance and strength. But if there was one of these Jersey cows that I'd want to take home and develop today, it's that 2-year-old. It's a cow, just the longer she's out here, I just love the mammary system, the balance. She has a wonderful set of feet and legs. I think she makes a great reserve cow.
Over here in our miniature Hereford side, we got an excellent heifer that wins this class. I think a female that really projects a high-quality image here from the profile. The piece that I'm the most enamored with is her hind leg. I think that's the biggest, stoutest, and most flexible set to a hind leg we've seen come through the show ring today. She really gets out here in motors with the most athleticism as compliments of the fact of that extra conviction that she plants with there from behind. And then that's a big-bodied heifer that's long and smooth in her muscle pattern, really strong, and just like the skeletal strength she's got built into her top line. Now, if we could alter her, it's just aesthetics, but she does have just a little bit more dropped out there in her chest. I think some of that might be accented by the fact that the red on her bottom line kind of sweeps down. That maybe kind of really makes the chest look a little worse than what it is, but that's an excellent heifer. I love the running gear, the structure, the stoutness of that particular female. Big-time rib cage and expansion finds that heifer in second. Well, from behind is my favorite view, the young man's female. She's without question the boldest sprung and the thickest topped and ended heifer in the particular lineup, and she follows suit by gauging the widest there at the ground as well. The female that's a little coarser in her navel is campaigned a little bit more moderate in her frame compared to the cattle on either side of her, but I also read her to be just a little rounder in terms of her hip structure and the way that her shoulder maybe is bolted onto her forerib. Heifer that completes the class a little smoother up front. I do like the fact that her shoulder shape reads more indicative of calving knees long term. I think that heifer too is one that's pretty strong in terms of the way that her spine hooks in the backside of her shoulder blade there. I get some problems, or maybe we could alter that heifer, we think, from the hook bone back. Wants to get a little lower pin, maybe a heifer that cinches up in her flank just a tick.
Attention in the cattle barn, Beefmaster Open Show. Once again, we announced we'll be projecting a 12 noon start. Would like to remind Beefmaster exhibitors we will be doing group classes first, followed by the regular classes. So groups first. If you've got an entry in the group show, be prepared for that.
Okay, nice pair of miniature Herefords out here in contention for division honors. We talked about the dark red heifer in class. I thought she was the structural upgrade compared to the female that was second. I think out here she's a little bit more refined and thinner in terms of her neck shape. Probably a little tidier down there through her breastbone and just sternum and chest relative to that heifer that comes in second. You know, heifer for me that's very problem-free in her build, but maybe doesn't have the extras is the heifer that stands directly behind her. The heifer stands behind her, boy, that's the stout bone, tall shoulder, dead level top heifer. It's really nice, and where her tail head caps off that really impressive top line. I think that heifer is one that's extremely uniform in terms of her depth from her heart all the way back to her flank. And then as I commented on earlier, I think she's got the stoutest and just the most articulate set to her hind leg of any of the cattle we've seen today. We could probably elevate her just a fraction there in her sternum, in her brisket. That's being awfully critical of a high quality heifer. That young lady's going to be our champion. We'll follow with class 1 for reserve.
Longhorn exhibitors have a notice for you regarding show schedule. We will be having a 45-minute transition break for our lineup crew and arena help at the conclusion of the miniature Hereford show. So once the miniature Hereford show concludes, there will be a 45-minute lunch and transition break prior to the start of the Texas Longhorn show.
Well, great pair of heifers out here, and certainly didn't affect anything I did placing-wise, but man alive, we got two cute little girls out here that are just showing their tails off in terms of their quality there. They did a great job really enjoyed getting to watch the level of control and poise that both of these young ladies have out here. Heifer that wins the class kind of overwhelms the competition. She just kind of swallows up the heifer in second on account of the fact that she's just so big-bodied and deep-centered. I like the sappiness that she's got there through her flank line. And when I get behind the cattle, I still think she's been dealt more true and genuine width from a thickness standpoint. That heifer still catches her step every time. Probably just not the sleekest fronted heifer we've seen out here, but I think it matches the cow power that she's got going from behind. Heifer that comes in second is really honest in her condition. I like the fact that she's very refined and feminine in terms of the shape to her head and neck. That heifer is a good female in terms of strength to top line. Just not been dealt quite as much depth of body. Probably gives up a little bit of performance to our class winner.
over here in the dairy ring, for any other breed grand champion, I think it's a great finale to the show today here. Just an exceptional quality here. Like, we've got just cows that I think can handle a lot of competition, go to shows anywhere in North America or around the world, and compete at a very high level. I think all these junior exhibitors should be really proud of the animals they brought out today. And I've told a couple people out here today, one thing is, all you parents, all the exhibitors here, the state of Texas should be really proud of the way these youngsters act here. I get the chance to judge all over the country, like I said, sometimes even some other countries. And I don't think I've ever been treated with more respect than these juniors have given me today. And I'd like to thank each and every one of them and ask you all to give them a big round of applause for being great young people. I'll go out, make your grand reserve and honorable mention now, and come back and give you some quick reason. Really quick, I just think that brown Swiss cow is a cow that can handle a lot of competition. She has an incredible rear udder. I think a cow that just really is at a next level out here today. Congratulations, all exhibitors.
Excellent lineup over here of miniature Herefords. If you folks don't mind standing ringside, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. I've been thoroughly impressed with the level of quality and just the sportsmanship and the professionalism of the exhibitors out here. We got some young kiddos out here, and they're doing a great job of controlling their cattle, and you can tell they make pretty good teammates with their heifers. I've really enjoyed that part of getting to watch through this show here. We talk about our division winners. Heifer wins that first division. It's really late maturing and long and extended. I like her awfully well. Probably just going to need some more time on feed to belly down and run with some of these other heifers behind her. Heifer out of the second hole is one of the females that I think is really in contention. That's a big-bodied, excellent balanced heifer that's so practical and maternal in her make. I really like just the way that she balances up here from the profile and the way she's able to handle all that extra body and still stay composed in terms of her balance. Now, she's probably not just the sleekest fronted heifer we've seen, but I think her chest sits up in her really nice, and that allows her to just be so dynamic and progressive in terms of the sweep to her bottom line. Heifer that comes out of Division 3, big-bodied, easy keeping, certainly got all the hallmarks of practicality you'd anticipate from a miniature Hereford heifer. Maybe a heifer that's a little bit more jammed up just in terms of length of front end, just not quite as exquisite in terms of her throat latch and neckline compared to the cattle that stand directly behind her. Boy, this heifer that wins our Division 4 is an absolute truck. She is so bold-bodied and robust in the turn to her rib cage. That sets the stage for her to be downright impressive in terms of muscle. I think that's distinctly the most powerful heifer out here in the lineup, and I still think that she puts herself together in a very balanced fashion in terms of strength of top line as well. Now, like many cattle that push the envelope in terms of power, she maybe doesn't take quite as fluid of a step off either end of her skeleton. You see that her rear pastern set up just a little high there. She maybe just doesn't have quite as much bend built into her joints as maybe the heifer that stands directly behind her. Heifer that wins this second to last division, boy, I'm just absolutely fascinated with that one's hind leg. I think it's so big and stout, and she plants it with so much authority and conviction. I think it's most assuredly compliments of the fact that heifer is really long and level out of her hind leg, and then because she's built so correct from a skeletal standpoint, I think she's got just endless mating versatility. You could breed that heifer at about anything, and with her structural correctness, she could really click with a lot of different bulls. If we could upgrade her even slightly, or I think if just in an absolute perfect world, we'd see every everything in her front end come up just a little bit in terms of her neck set come higher and her chest floor sit up in her a little higher. But I think the top of her shoulders probably got the most altitude and just linear frame and stature as any of the cattle out here. And I think that's another one of her intriguing breeding pieces in terms of just how progressive she is from a growth curve standpoint. Heifer that completes our division here, long-bodied, big rib, easy keeping, catches her step. I think the bend to her forearm and knee probably reads as long-term as any of the cattle out here, really flexible out of her front skeleton. We talked about her in her division there. She's maybe not just the cleanest there, got a little bit extra hide underneath her throat latch, and a heifer that campaigns a little bit more moderate than the female directly in front of him. So nice lineup out here. My favorite is one that I think is really impressive and very progressive for this particular breed. The young lady right in front of me is going to have our champion.
Attention. Yeah.
For those of you that know.
Well, just one single cow-calf pair over here at our miniature show. Got a female in her working clothes, very refined in terms of her teats. Big stout bull calf on her side, so obviously the proof's in the pudding. She's doing a good job as a mama cow there in terms of that bull looking like he's got plenty of bloom and flesh onto him. Like the stoutness, my congratulations to these exhibitors.
Thank you very much, Dr. DeClerc. On our cow-calf pair, taking the blue ribbon in Class 28 was entry 2149, exhibited by Ashjohn Mangus, showing Rosemarie Rim. And this will bring us to our Class 31. We had no entries in Class 3rd. Well, wait a minute. 29. We're going to Class 31, have a single entry from Cherokee Ranch in Class 31.
We got a nice pair of females out here. Both of them kind of emulate the same type of a look from the profile. They're both cattle that I think are very feminine in terms of the shape to their head and neck, honest in their condition. My congratulations to this exhibitor.
All of miniature Hereford bulls in classes 38 through 46. If you could have your cattle checked in with the lineup crew at the staging area, we'd appreciate it.
Well, here in the Showmanship division over for the Holsteins, what a wonderful group of youngsters we had out here. And I think for me, three individuals that really come to the top of the class quite handily and with a really easy winner today. This young lady does such a good job with a big heifer, she has her broke to lead so well. They're just two peas in a pod there. They're just in unison going around the ring. She has full control of her. She gets her set up really quick. She just got her heifer set up a little quicker than the young gentleman in second. Maybe had a little more control of the heifer all the time over the young gentleman in second. I think the young gentleman in second over the young lady in third, it's kind of a close pair. But for me, he's just a little more attentive and a little more knowing where I'm at, knowing what he's supposed to be trying to do with his heifer at all times. But really, the young lady in third did a great job, too. Congratulations. Good job to all exhibitors.
Well, as we kick things off in our bull show here, I think we got a nice trio of cattle. The bull that wins the class is the one that really can strike a pose here from the profile relative to the cattle that stand directly behind him. I think he's just the neatest up through his front end. He's certainly the cleanest in terms of his neckline and his throat latch there. And then that bull's still one that I think's pretty square from hooks to pins and got some shape when we get behind him. He's not probably as masculine as the bull that stands in second. He's going to need a little bit more time to probably look a little more rugged like that second place bull. Second place bull, I think's got some advantages. I read him to be a little looser and more flexible in terms of his top line. His more conservative length of body has enabled him to be deeper in his midrib and easier fleshing. I like the bone that he's got underneath him. And then he does have a skull to me that reads a little bit more rugged. He's probably just not quite as chiseled out up front. Maybe a bull that we study there is a little shorter bodied and more compact all the way throughout. Bull that ends up in third, moderate frame, deep bodied, very practical, a little bit more generic in terms of his look from the profile. Got a little extra set built into his hock and maybe gets a little more closed up in his rear feet.
He does not have a belt on. So.
Got a nice pair of bull calves here. I think the one that wins is really impressive when we get behind the cattle. That's my favorite shot of this dark red bull. I think that's where he shows off the extra spread and just shape that he's got over the top side of his skeleton. I think that's predicated by the fact that he's the bolder rib, wider sprung bull there that certainly gauges with more genuine width at the ground. I think when you get from the profile, that bull's still one that balances up pretty well from the side. Maybe could draw him back a little leveler from hooks to pins, but he's a good bull and one that I like the testicle size and development on that guy as well. Big rib bull that ends up in second. He's got the practicality that I'm after. I certainly appreciate that he might be a fraction longer bodied than the bull that stands directly in front of him. Probably a bull that gives up the extra shape compared to our class winner. Maybe we see him as just a little plainer in terms of just his muscle design when we get directly behind him.
Out here in the Jersey Junior Showmanship, I think just if you're watching this, give all these junior exhibitors a big round of applause. They did a wonderful job. And I think especially these top few up here at top. It's really tight. But this young man I started with, he won the class quite handily for me today. He just had so much control. He's always paying attention to me, where his heifer gets her set up really quick. And not to take anything away from the young man there in second. He's doing a really good job, but he's got a lot of heifer. He's trying to control her. It's maybe just a little too much heifer for him today, but he's a guy that's going to give everybody a run for their money down the road. He really is a very attentive young man, does a great job, knows what he needs to do. And then the guy in third, once again, another guy that's maybe getting a little overpowered by his heifer, but he's fighting for everything he's got, and I really appreciate it. Congratulations, it's just a wonderful group of youngsters showing.
Well, nice class of here bulls. I like all three of these cattle. I think they're cattle that are rugged. They look like breeding cattle in terms of their masculinity. Big fan of the bull that wins. I'll tell you what, this guy I think really stands out from a quality perspective, and this young man actually named this bull Abraham Lincoln, which happens to be my favorite bull. So you got my favorite president, excuse me. So you got my favorite president with my favorite bull. That's like playing with a cheat code out here. So this young man did his homework. I like this guy awfully well. He's the squarest pin, the widest made, he's the biggest topped, and I think that bull's still really long and extended up through his front end. A bull that, he's got that dark red hair coat that to me really accentuates just how fresh and compositionally correct that particular bull is. We could set him down just a little bit softer on his pasture, and that's being pretty critical. Close call for me between 2 and 3. The bull that ends up in second, I think, is a little deeper in his heart, and consequently, it fits into his chest a little bit more seamless. I think that helps him balance up a little bit from the profile. He is more moderate framed. He's a little rougher haired, so he's maybe a little tougher to take a look at out here. But I think that bull's muscular. I think he's moderate. We just like to see him more attractive in his hip and hind leg and maybe have the grow power of the cattle on either side of him. I like the big testicle bull that's in third. He's square top, thick-ended, a bull that's probably the most masculine and rugged bull in the lineup. He wants to draw back a little tighter back through his flank. We get behind the cattle, he maybe gets a little stiff in the way that he operates out of his rear joints.
Herdsire Junior Derby Showmanship. First place went to Landon Denton, second to Drew Yarborough, and third to Jackson McPherson. Want to also announce that the champion showmanship are getting a nice leather halter donated by Strike Jersey to the champion showmanship. So we appreciate that very generous donation.
Well, only one entry here in the junior showmanship and then the other breeds, but this young gentleman did a great job all day, and he's doing a great job with this heifer. I told him the only thing he needs is some competition. He's very attentive. He has incredible control of his heifer. He knows her whereabouts and where she's at. Like I said, the only thing he could have used was some competition. Does a tremendous job, could show and be very competitive in showmanship anywhere in the world.
Two really good class winners out here. I'll tell you what, from a quality perspective, I've probably been as pleased with these two as any division we've seen out here throughout today. I think what's so unique about these cattle and what really makes them population outliers is the level of muscle that they have. Both these cattle are really square from hooks to pins, and they've got that kind of cow change in shape and expression. I think both these guys certainly are warranted to see heavy action in their respective herds because of their cattle that have got a lot of quality and certainly just a tremendous amount of power. Of the pair, I think there's one that's probably just a little longer and more extended up through his front end. That's going to be the bull out of the second class. Abraham Lincoln is going to be our champion. Bull up front is going to be reserved. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Nice class here. We got a bull that really stands out just from a growth curve standpoint. The bull that's the tallest shouldered and just got the most stature out here. Not only has got the most linear frame size, I think he's without question the longest bodied bull. And distinctively, I believe that bull is the most honest in his condition. I like for cattle that are this late maturing that he's still a bull that reads pretty masculine and rugged in the shape to his head and neck. Sometimes we get them big tall ones and they just don't read quite as kind of rugged in terms of their appearance. So I like that about that bull awfully well. He's probably not just as deep in his flank as the steer or the bull that comes in second there, but I do like that one awfully well that wins this particular class. Close call between 2 and 3. I think you can go either direction. I thought the bull in second maybe was a little more appropriate in the set to his hind leg. I read him to be more moderate in his frame size, a little easier keeping. Probably just gives up some shape and some look compared to our class winner. The bull that completes the class is more extended, and I think he does have a little bit more muscle shape and expression. Particularly, he's more pronounced in his stifle. I just think he gets a little fragile in terms of the set to his hind leg, maybe just not as comfortable as he meets the surface.
Kaylee Yarborough. I'm sorry, Kaylee. And third place goes to Gimli Yarborough. Gimli Yarborough, sorry.
So three senior exhibitors here in the Holstein show, and if you would give these three youngsters a big round of applause. They did a wonderful job. I think three really incredible leadsmen. They really all maybe had heifers that were kind of giving them a little bit of a struggle, but they really did their best to power through it. But I think for me, the young gentleman that I started with maybe just got his heifer set up a little quicker. He maybe got his heifer helped him a little more, where she set up a little bit faster for him, and maybe set up with her legs underneath her a little more than the young lady in second. And I told the young lady in second, I'd just like to see her try to push to get her heifer like set up a little more squarely than the way she does, but she did a wonderful job. She had really good control over a great big heifer. I preferred the way the young lady in second put her hand inside the halter, had a little more control of the halter than the young lady in third. And the lady in third, though, she really truly presented her heifer incredibly. Just would like to see her just have a little different hand position to get up there any higher. But great job by all three.
Single entry over here in our Hereford mini Hereford show. A bull that's really big bodied. I like how he turns pretty masculine over his crest. He's really deep in his heart and reads like a really practical kind of Herdsire out here. You'll probably get a little more sheath underneath him. We could clean up just a little bit. Kind of coincides with him being a little, having a little more skin and hide up front, but a good bull to win this class. Good class of Herdsire prospects. The bull that wins this particular lineup is just flat out massive. I think from every single shot, this guy is really impressive just in terms of the amount of rib cage and power and dimension that he encompasses, and he still is able to hold it together in a fashion that is certainly worthy of kind of the show ring spotlight here from the profile, because that long-bodied bull, strong and composed in his top line, really rugged and masculine, but long and extended up front. It's tough to do those things, kind of defies Mother Nature in terms of the type of power that he embodies, but does it in a very, very complete fashion. Now, if we could see that guy just release his hawk and pasture as he hits his step every time, I'd feel even a little better. He could just be a little bit more comfortable, but boy, he's a good one to win this particular class. I like the bull in second a lot. I think he's more honest in his condition. I read him just to have more just expression and shape than the bull that stands directly in front of him. And I think just in terms of pin width and natural width all the way throughout, a skeletal width, that bull probably runs with our class winner. He just isn't quite as deep and sappy in his middle. A bull that kind of like my winner maybe at times got a bad habit of wanting to knuckle up in his pasture. There's a lot of good in the bull in third. He's the most honest in his condition. He's late maturing. He's extended in his kind. You know, he's a bull that reads a little bit more fragile in the set to his hind leg. More than anything, he's just given up fleshing ability and body relative to that high-quality pair in front of him. We complete the class with a moderate frame, rugged bull. Boy, he's big testicled and long and strong in his top line. Getting a little longer on his front feet. Maybe a bull that just gives up performance to his contemporaries. We got a nice single entry over here in our miniature Hereford show. Bull that's really long and extended up through his front end. I like how strong top that bull is, and he's really big testicle. And I like all those attributes of him. You know, he comes to us today kind of lean and honest in his condition. He strikes me just a little raw. I'd like to see maybe a little bit more just cover on that bull and a little bit more depth of body. But boy, the outline of that bull has got a tremendous amount of quality. Nice job to this gentleman out here. A single entry bull out here, but a bull that's just absolutely massive in terms of his center. I like how big-bodied and soft-bodied or soft-centered that bull is, really sappy through his middle. And then for all the body that he has, he's still pretty strong in terms of his top line. A bull that we appreciate for being awfully big in his testicles as well. And then I think he's square when you see him at the ground in terms of the way that he squares up front and his foot shape. So I like all those attributes of him. You know, he's so massive up high, we'd like to give him more bone down low to probably match that dimension. More than anything, I just like to lean him up. I think that bull's one of them bulls that's so easy keeping. He might be a little tough to manage in a show barn. Wish he just saw a few more cows and that looked a little more athletic in his condition, but I have to really be impressed with the type of body and capacity that he represents. Well, what an impressive lineup of bulls we got here to kind of draw the bull show to conclusion here in a miniature Hereford ring. If you folks standing ringside don't mind, let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause. I've really been impressed with the quality out here. I thought there's a set of cattle that have got a tremendous amount of breeding versatility. The bull that wins the first class, he's sharp looking up front. He's really can strike a pose. He's going to need a little bit longer just to mature and kind of put himself together there, but that's an awful good bull. Bull that wins the second class, old Honest Abe Lincoln out here. I like this guy awfully well. That dark red really kind of accents just how fresh and honest in his condition he is. That's a squarest pin and the squarest top bull in this particular lineup from a muscle standpoint. And he's still really good looking up front. In a perfect world, we'd rock him down just a little bit more comfortable in the set to his rear pasturing. But I think that's being really critical of an awfully good bull. Compared to some of the other bulls in contention, I actually think he's got more set and backward bend built into his knee, which I think certainly forecasts him to be the type of bull that's going to get better with some time. Bull that wins the third division, he's another bull that I think's in contention out here. He's probably the most progressive from a growth curve standpoint. He's big and long and extended in his kind. He's still really square over the top side of his body, and I like how rugged and masculine that bull is up front, and that's a cool combination for me. But he's a bull that's so progressive in his growth curve that he maybe at times comes across just a little tighter in his rib design. I'd like to pull him down deeper in his heart, and perhaps we could square his front feet up a little bit. Young lady's bull that wins the next division's big-bodied and practical, really loose-structured, a little bit more generic in his look up front. I like the young lady that wins, I guess, our third to last division here. This is Ariel. She had a really nice pair of heifers earlier today. I've enjoyed getting to meet her today and watch her show. She does an outstanding job. This bull's big-bodied, rugged, masculine, and so impeccably balanced. I think he looks like a breeding bull up front. He's a bull that you appreciate just the testicle size. The crest to his neck is extremely pronounced, particularly to be that long fronted. Usually make him rugged. We just make him short everywhere. Usually we make him deep bodied. It's easy just to make him short bodied as well. This guy defies nature by being big and extended and late maturing, but still sappy centered and masculine and built awfully good from a structural standpoint. His angles read great. He catches his step every time. If we could make him even better, I just see him release his joints with a little bit more flex. The gentleman that brings the next bull out here, I think, has got a great look from the side. He's just a little green in terms of his rib design yet. Then we complete the lineup with a big-bodied, massive bull here, one that I think is awfully easy flushing, just like to tone him back in terms of his condition. So nice lineup. I think there's one that really stands out from a quality standpoint. This young lady right here is going to have our champion. Congratulations.
Well, over here, if you're watching in the junior jersey showmanship in the senior division, if you're out here, please give these juniors a big round of applause. I think this is the best class of junior showmanship I've had all day. This top 5, 6, 7 people, it's, excuse me, you're just splitting hairs up here. But I think these two young ladies that started the class got there quite handily for me today, and then it's really close between the pair. But I'm giving a slight advantage to the young lady in first. She just maybe keeps her heifer's head carriage a little bit nicer, a little more natural than the lady in second. But these two young ladies could lead a heifer for me anytime, anywhere in the world. They did a wonderful job. They presented their heifers well. They got them set up really fast and square. And I'd say both of them got their heifers set up. They had a little more control over their heifers than the young lady followed along in third with her cow. She did a wonderful job. Sometimes when the cows don't want to act up, she just couldn't get her set up. Maybe didn't try quite as hard to get her legs square to where you'd really like to see them. Like she'd get them positioned right, but maybe they'd be a little bit too far out of whack for me today. But she did a wonderful job too. She keeps her cow's head carriage incredibly perfect, and she got that cow set up a little faster than the young lady in fourth. But it's just a great group of youngsters. Congratulations, each and every one of them, for coming out here.
I'll just leave this pair of steers the way they came in. I think the one that wins this particular class, this guy's just certainly just been equipped deeper in his flank. I think that not only gives him a more practical look, but it certainly helps his silhouette balance up a little bit more effectively here from the profile. And I still think he's got the upper hand in terms of thickness when we get behind the cattle. Steer that ends up in second. It's a little cleaner up through his front end. I do think he's stronger in terms of his top line as well. Just kind of runs out of horsepower when we get behind the cattle. Maybe one we could see a little bigger in terms of his foot size and bone work.
Attention in the barn, beef pasture exhibitors. Reminder that once the dairy show concludes, we will probably have about a 15-minute transition break to get things set up for your beef pasture show, and be having group class first, and then go into the normal class structure on the beef pasture show.
Well, just two exhibitors here in the senior showmanship for the final class. And I'd like to thank both these girls. They did a tremendous job. And if you are watching yet, please give these two girls a big round of applause, because they just definitely did a wonderful job. I told the young lady I got in second, I give her so much credit for wanting to come out here in showmanship with a broken foot. And she showed all day. She did a wonderful job. I think it's really close between the two young ladies. I think they both did an incredible job. But the lady with the brown Swiss cow that I started with, she got her cow set up a little bit quicker. She got her set up the first time I had them stop. She got her rear leg set up correctly, and I just thought it made for a pretty easy decision. But that's not to take anything away from the young lady with the shorthorn cow. She did a wonderful job too. Congratulations to both the exhibitors, and thank you all for having me come do this. It's really been a privilege and an honor today.
15-minute transition to the Beastmasters. So we'll start with the groups. We're going to start with the groups in Beastmasters. Following another brief.